we're ready to roll. Welcome. Today is Tuesday, June the 7th, 2022. This is a Board of County Commissioners work session day, and we are having a joint meeting with our most honored guests, the Open Space and Trails Board members. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And I believe we're starting today off. Gary, are you gonna, is Gary hiding? Are you gonna kick it off?
He just handed this one to me. So.
Hi.
Hello, Patty. Hi, I'm Dale Will. I'm the Acquisition and Special Projects Director for Pitkin County Open Space. I'm joined by our friends from the Assun Valley Land Trust, Suzanne Stevens and Dave Erickson, and Jeff Davlin is hiding in the back, people that we love to work with. And they are here to present to you their strategic conservation plan. And this is a project that I think was very bold, and the way they've done it I think is very impressive. I would say that, you know, for 32 years now, the Open Space Program has not done a strategic conservation plan, and we've talked about it several times, but we've always been a little bit squeamish about the idea of putting out information about lands that we'd really like to conserve, and getting landowners perhaps concerned that that we're eyeing their property. So we've done a lot of this work just in our exec sessions in consideration of specific properties. But the nature of running a nonprofit is a little different than a county open space program. And one of the neat things, and these guys will get into it, is that this was an opportunity not only to take a look at what lands really should be conserved from various environmental attributes and concerns, but also to raise awareness in a very broad community about the whole idea of conserving things and what really could and should be accomplished. I commend AVLT for engaging the public and a lot of agencies and organizations in this conversation. We did help to fund this, and our funding was targeted towards the Roaring Fork watershed, which is really something that the Open Space Program really thinks of as its service area, although it includes some areas somewhat outside our county. Anyway, I'm really happy for these guys to be back with the product of their efforts, and I'll turn it over to Dave and Suzanne.
Great. Thanks, Dale. Appreciate that nice welcome, and happy to be here in front of you all to present this project we've been working on for a number of years.
Yeah, thank you for having us. I'm Suzanne Stevens. I'm the Executive Director of AVLT and have worked with you all for a long time, so it's really nice to be back. Dave Erickson is our Stewardship Director, and he's put a ton of effort into this plan, so he really was the guiding light for it. But so appreciative, you know, what we learned through this process is the value of partnerships and close communication. And that makes us super grateful for the partnership that we have with you all, and for your financial support for this project. So you were very instrumental in getting us down this road. And on that note, I'll turn it over to Dave.
Thanks, Suzanne. So we already presented this to the Open Space Board about a month ago. So I trimmed the presentation a bit and added some new material at the end so that it's a little bit different than what you guys saw last time. So we added some maps at the end that we can take a look at. And but like Dale said, this plan is not meant to target any landowners or individuals. It's just meant to provide information about AVLT, what we value, and the work that we do and the lens that we look through as we're doing this work. As a nonprofit land trust organization, you know, we really rely on and support voluntary incentive-based conservation in partnership with willing landowners. And so that's really important to say up front. So without further ado, we'll go into this plan. And I want to just start by saying that, you know, AVLT's had, as Suzanne said, a really ongoing partnership with Pitkin County for many, many years now. And we've accomplished a lot of really great things together. And, you know, I think have really made a difference for the future of this area together. And I was just summarizing some of the highlights yesterday as I was looking at some maps. Together, we co-hold 24 conservation easements on private land totaling almost 7,000 acres. AVLT holds 20 conservation easements on land that's owned by Picken County, totaling 2,780 acres. Picken County holds one conservation easement on a property we own, the Kaufman Ranch outside of Carbondale, which was a kind of a unique thing that happened last year. And we've also worked together for decades now on several creative type projects, land exchanges to the federal government, trail easements, and we've worked together on several conservation projects, like Dale said, in the watershed, but outside of Picken County. So we have a lot to be proud about and a lot to look forward to as we move forward in the next 5-10 years. So strategic conservation plans are a tool that land trusts use across the country. I always like to point out here that there are well over 1,000 land trusts across the entire United States that have protected more than all of the national parks combined. So it's a very impressive movement that we're all a part of. And I think it's always cool to look at this work through that greater umbrella of what's going on across the whole country. So a strategic conservation plan creates a vision for the future for the land trust and the work we do and the folks we work with. It really highlights the importance of private land conservation and the work of connecting communities to nature and their landscape. There's two prongs to this plan. The first is landscape scale conservation, which is really about building corridors of conservation from, in our area, protected public lands down to valley bottoms, and really focusing and working with those landowners on protecting critical areas for wildlife movement, for local agriculture, for water protection, etc. And then community-driven conservation. So that's really about projects that address real specific community needs. And there's a real heightened focus on equity in that work right now too, which is really important. And so community conservation projects are often smaller, closer to home, can be parks, can be trail access, can be community farms, can be outdoor education spots, can fulfill a variety of purposes. AVLT's really doubled down on this type of work in the last 5 to 10 years. And we really believe in it, and we've worked with Picken County on several of these projects. And then, like Suzanne said, all of this work really relies on good, strong partnerships and collaborating with other nonprofits, governments, other agencies, etc. So that's really critical to this work. And really what strategic conservation is about is providing those spaces for wildlife to have the resources they need to thrive and to survive, and also to provide those connections and that healthy ecosystem to our communities through our conservation work, so that the next generation of youth and that all community members can really benefit from this work. This is a group of students from Bridges High School at the Kaufman Ranch last year, and really about kind of creating those connections early on in life and building those next generation of land stewards. So this is AVLT's service area. So this area essentially goes from Independence Pass, just east of Aspen here, over to DeBeck and the Roan Plateau, the Roan Cliffs that you see when you're driving along I-70. And it goes from the flat tops to the north down to the Thompson Divide Battlement Mesa area to the south. So it's quite a large area, well over 2 million acres. It includes many different communities, and approximately 86,000 people live within this boundary. And then you can see here in red is the projects that AVLT has worked on, and then it also shows public land and other private conserved land. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to jump in at any time.
Can you leave it up for just 1 second?
Yeah.
How many people did you say live in there?
Over 86,000 people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Boy, that population growth in Garfield County is just getting us, isn't it?
And that's permanent residents, yeah?
Yes, yeah, and that was based on census data.
Do we know what the tourist?
Is your mic on?
Yes, it is. Do we know what the tourist amount?
Point it towards yourself, Michael.
Well, I
Mike is your
need some
friend.
training here. Do we know how many tourists are generally in, is there some way of measuring that?
I'm sure there is, but I don't have that
Okay,
number.
thank you.
Yeah.
So you know,
Yes.
my grandson volunteered for his first community service program at Kaufman Ranch. He was 5 years old,
That's great.
and he was very proud of himself being out there. It was very cool.
That's so awesome.
I heard about that.
And so in this conservation plan here too, there's some good information about the demographics and the communities in here. And so there's some more information that's online too that people can go to at avlt.org. So anyways, should I go on, Francie?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. So this was the process we did to create this plan. We really gather information from a lot of different sources, from the community at large, from partners, from kind of the scientific community and things that are happening in the region. And then we really use that to create our organizational strategic plan. And then that information also fed directly into this conservation plan that really uses that scientific map-based analysis to help us evaluate projects. It uses that information from community and partners to describe our values, and that is now being implemented by AVLT since we've just created this plan. So we're just starting to implement the plan now, and I'll go through in this presentation the different goals and priorities that we have outlined. And then there's really a feedback loop here where we want to be able to stay flexible and open-minded and to continue to evaluate the work we're doing and to listen to the communities that we serve and to modify our approach as needed. So it's really always flexible and open to change and to take in new information too. So in 2019, we did some extensive community engagement work within that service area where we had several public open houses. We did interviews with people. We did some focus groups. We did some survey work. That really helped us gather some information about people's concerns and what they want the land trust to do and different things like that. And then over the last couple of years, we did some facilitated conversations. We worked with a consultant and talked with many different towns, counties, other experts in land management agencies, and other nonprofit groups in the valley that serve these communities. And through all that targeted work, this is just a spread of the different local governments and agencies and other groups we talked with, including Pitkin County, your Open Space and Trails program, as well as county planning staff. And then we also talked with several other local nonprofits in one other state, a land trust in the state that's doing a lot of great work in the equity realm within conservation, just to get some more information about how our land trust can better serve all the members of our community. And the key themes that came out of all of this work are to continue doing what we've been doing for a long time, which is protecting agricultural land and critical habitat, and really focus on what we can do to protect land that has the benefits of promoting climate resiliency and conserving our region's biodiversity. A lot of concern about affordable housing came up in all of our conversations. So we really wanted to take time to speak with all the municipalities and understand their growth plans and understand where they want to direct housing and that kind of thing, so that we are not interfering with that work and that we're working towards the same goals that they've outlined in their plans. A lot of what came out too is preserving community character, conserving those places between the spaces, there's spaces between places, so that each community can be distinct and have its unique character and have scenic open space between communities. So that was a really important theme that came out of this work. And then really everyone was very interested in the community conservation work that we've we started out doing a long time ago with parks in Aspen, and that we've really refocused on lately with our Marble Base Camp project that's focused on outdoor education, and with our Kaufman Ranch project, which is the new project that you all know about, that we're really working on what programs will be out there for the community, and other partner projects like the Silt River Preserve, which is a open space on the river outside of Silt that has a community farm on it that trains local youth. And so everyone was very interested in that type of work and how the land trust can really fill different roles within that realm, and partnering with different groups and local governments to provide those spaces for direct community benefit, and how that work really reduces barriers and advances equity within conservation work and helps just create connection to our place for everybody. And so what's on top here is that landscape scale conservation work that we've done for a long time, that we've really honed in on where we can be the most effective for those topics. And then below is where we can really be a good partner to the community. And these are the real themes that have come out of this work, and that is our focus with this conservation plan. This graphic just kind of shows all of those different things, and many of them intersect with each other. But this is what we're focused on conserving and protecting with our work, and again, working with partners and willing landowners to accomplish this. And we've set some lofty goals in the next 10 years. So our land trust has conserved 45,000 acres, and 20,000 of that is west of Glenwood, 25,000 of that is within the Roaring Fork Valley. And we really have set an aspirational goal to try to double that acreage in the next 10 years. And so that basically represents 5% of the remaining unprotected private land within that service area boundary. And so we really rely on the partnerships to do that, and the connections with landowners, and we're working to be a little bit more proactive with getting information out about who the land trust is and what the different incentives and programs are when it comes to conserving land. And then really looking at all the different incentives that are out there to fund this work. And so the state of Colorado has a great tax credit program that they provide to landowners. So that's a tool that we've used a lot. We also work with county open spaces. Within our region, we have Picken County and Eagle County that have open space programs and funds for conservation. And then we also do a lot of grant writing. We do fundraising within our organization to support our work. And then we're also looking at new incentives for landowners, such as you guys have probably heard a lot about payments for ecosystem services is kind of a buzz right now. And that's really about providing funds to landowners to steward their lands, to provide benefit for the community at large. And that has to do with carbon retention in soil. It has to do with providing habitat for pollinators, providing wetlands and protecting wetlands to provide water quality and quantity benefits. There's many different ecosystem services that is really this kind of global movement right now. And within the state of Colorado, there's a lot of folks trying to wrap their heads around how do we bring more funding to landowners to continue to store their lands and to protect more lands through that mechanism. And so all those different tools are kind of at our disposal right now, and some, like the ecosystem services, are kind of new developing tools. And so we are doing everything we can to connect with all the different incentives that lead to good conservation outcomes. And so this graphic just shows our project selection approach. This is how we evaluate the different projects and opportunities that come our way. First, we obviously look at where it is and what it's doing in terms of those different goals you just saw. What is it protecting? What community need is it meeting? And then how are we going to do this project? What funds are available? What outside funding sources can we leverage? And is it a good project that will have that long-term perpetuity benefit that we can all know that this work is doing? Because that's part of the land trust mission is all the projects and easements that we hold are in perpetuity. And so That's a long time. So we need to make sure that those projects are well suited for that term and for that length of time.
Dave, can I interrupt just
Yes.
1 second? This is such a great list because it states so well what we do also every time we're looking at making an investment of open space funds, but I may have to steal this chart from you at
Please.
some point.
We'll just take a quick picture of it.
Yeah, and it's all in this plan, so it's all on the website too. So steal away. Yeah. And that's part of our goal, is to continue collaborating and sharing information and being a good partner. As well as those goals of that landscape scale conservation, of adding those acres to our portfolio, and then also doing community-based conservation projects that really meet specific needs within all the different communities within this service area. And our plan outlines some specific goals in that realm too, so that you can all kind of take a look at that.
And Greg Greg, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Dave, thanks. Suzanne, great to see you. This is fantastic. I do have a couple questions. I'll just rattle them off and you can get to them when it's appropriate or convenient. But I appreciate what Dale had said. There is the concern of warning, we don't want to alert speculators that we're about to try to lock up a piece of land, I suppose. And that's always something to think about. I worry that we're going to lose the race to an important conservation parcel to developers or speculators, and that's still an issue that I have. I wanted to just go back and make sure I understood. Did you say you've got 45,000 acres, which is amazing?
Mm-hmm.
Your intent is to double that, and that will total to 5% of the remaining private land in your service areas. I just want to make sure if I understood that correctly.
Correct.
Okay, great. That's amazing. And I still think, wow, only 5%. We've got a ways to go, but maybe that's actually a reasonable goal. But I'd love to hear more about what you think is possible and what's ideal. And then also, as the awareness about equity and community needs arises, do you foresee conflicts within your own mission regarding, do we preserve this piece of land or do we build housing on it? I'm sure those conversations come up. In the great scheme of things, like, how are you all going to make the call? Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great question. I think just open communication about projects, especially Greg, really looking at the information we gathered from county and municipal plans around growth and around where they want to see housing within their plans that are all kind of based on community information. So it's just about information for us and just really open lines of communication so that we know that our projects are serving the greater good, and we're not interfering with some of that other work that's really important. There's some really amazing models out there too of land trusts that are working in the affordable housing space, and it's something that we referenced in our plan. It's called Community Land Trust. And so there's been some preliminary conversations, but there's actually potentially an opportunity for AVLT to at least help with that side of things, with actually helping to advance affordable housing needs within our service area boundary through our tools and our mechanisms of work. So it's not a new thing we're going to take on. It's something that we'd most likely be a partner and an ally for, but it's something that we've recognized in our plan, is that we are a fairly nimble nonprofit organization that can fill a variety of roles through the work that we do. And if you read through our plan, it really describes how we look at each specific project kind of with that filter in mind.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up, Patty, very briefly. Just wanted to say that, this plan is great, and I'm completely in favor of what you're setting out to do. I also think that this is going to challenge communities and counties and areas that might not have a cogent master plan to start thinking about it. And maybe AVLT can actually help encourage counties in other parts in their region to seriously look at what's happening with master planning and conservation needs. And maybe they are, but it's not obvious to me all the time. And this should hopefully inspire us to make sure that we're staying with our master plan. If you're going to be working with the master plan, then we better be also. Thank you.
Great. And then I was just going to end here is what the Open Space Board hasn't seen. So we just, we really rely on data for that landscape scale conservation planning work. And as landowners are approaching us, the data layers really help us place that project in terms of what it's protecting. And then that can really help us write grants and garner the funds needed to conserve those critical pieces of land. And so I was just going to step through a few data layers for you all, just so you kind of get an idea of what's out there. This is all freely available data. This is Geographic Information Systems. It's just great platform that is used across all different manners of conservation and land management work. So it just kind of paints the picture of our region and where different resources are. So this is just kind of an infographic of some of the different layers and data layers that we've looked at, such as agricultural lands, biodiversity, proximity to other protected lands, so we can build those corridors of protection, looking at the distribution of riparian and wetland areas, and then looking at wildlife habitat and connection among those habitat types. And so what I'm going to do here is go through some individual layers. So this map here shows the distribution of prime soil and irrigated lands throughout our service area boundary. So the green color shows what's been mapped and identified as prime soil for agriculture. The orange shows what's land that's irrigated, that has water rights for irrigation. And the red shows where those two things intersect, where irrigated land and prime soil for agriculture occur together. And so it just shows you basically where the food growing regions within our service area boundary are. And so you can see kind of, that real hub there around Silt and Rifle extending to the south, and then different agricultural lands scattered along the Roaring Fork Valley, and then down the Colorado River corridor as well.
What is that drainage south of Silt?
That's called Divide Creek, the main drainage there.
Dave, are you able to zoom in just on the Roaring Fork watershed?
Sure.
That's a powerful
Actually,
map.
I don't know if I can.
I know.
Really, it's
I'll
very,
send it to you.
it's a powerful
Yeah.
map because it really goes to strategy and
Yes, and then
Really
what I've
well
done
done.
here is the gray is basically what we call protected land. So it's BLM, it's Forest Service, it's conservation easements. It's land that's been set aside for some kind of public benefit. And so here it just kind of focuses on some of that remaining agricultural land that does not have any permanent protection on it.
What is the unprotected spot? Is that like the gas patch down to the west there? What are we looking at?
In this area?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Roan Plateau. So this is Parachute Creek, and this is Roan Creek here.
And a lot of that is owned by oil and gas companies.
Got it. Thanks.
And again, this is just kind of broad brushstroke data just to kind of give us all a sense of where different resources lie within our service area, and helps us focus on working with those landowners that wish to conserve their land. This shows the distribution of deer and elk winter range. And so this is what you call an overlay analysis. So you take all the different layers that Parks and Wildlife maps for deer and elk. There's 6 different layers. There's general winter range, there's severe winter range, and there's winter concentration areas. And when you stack all of those on top of each other, the red color shows where all 6 of those layers stack up. And so it's just a way of looking at the distribution of winter range for deer and elk. Obviously, a lot of development happens within winter range for deer and elk, and that's always been a concern with wildlife managers in terms of maintaining some of those critical winter ranges so that those animals can persist, because they need that seasonal habitat to survive. And so
And-
that's been an important focus of our work too, is protecting winter range.
And before you change slides, this slide and the previous slide they really speak to the importance of Picken County's willingness to support projects outside of the county, because as you'll see, you know, a lot of the agricultural hotspots are the same as the deer and elk winter range, kind of those lower elevations. And that zone around Carbondale in particular, that quadrant that you see, that if you go back a slide, is also the same area where the remaining most of the remaining agricultural land in the Roaring Fork watershed exists. So if we do just look at the Roaring Fork watershed, treating it as a single unit where wildlife do migrate from those lowlands up to the high country in the summer, and they need to be able to have that connectivity. So your involvement in helping, you know, step outside of the county lines is occasionally really helpful, because deer and elk don't necessarily respect those county lines, as you know.
Mm-hmm. And again, just masking it with that protected land layer, just to kind of focus it on, you know, where we can have the greatest impact. This just shows the distribution of mapped wetlands. So again, these layers aren't perfect. They're coarse data sets, but they give you a sense of that kind of mid-valley of the Roaring Fork and that area along the Colorado River near Silt and Rifle, and then some other pockets and areas around. And it also shows ponds and lakes and things like that too.
You said all this is online?
Yeah, there's different, you know, we're hopefully going to publish some kind of online map, but there's some great other resources out there that I can tell you about at the end, where you can look at a lot of this information. And this is a really neat layer that the Nature Conservancy built for the entire country. It's called the Resilient and Connected Lands Network. And I've just kind of lumped together different categories they have within this layer, just to show you kind of what they've identified as being important land within our region to kind of plan and promote for climate resilience. And so this is about, you know, relatively undisturbed natural landscapes that are connected kind of elevationally to allow for species movements as climate does change. And so this is a really interesting layer too, when you do this too, because then it really focuses you on areas where we can have a lot of impact when it comes to working with landowners to conserve private land for climate resilience and biodiversity. And then you can really see that Roan area within our service area really shows up, because it's a very special place for both climate resilience and biodiversity. And then this area on the boundary of the watershed, kind of that Thompson Divide area, down to the Colorado, and then some other pockets that connect the wilderness to the valley. And this is online too, Michael. This you can go on to the TNC Resilient Connected Lands Network and surf around on these maps over the whole country. And then this is the Watershed Biodiversity Initiative, which you've seen and heard a lot about. And so it's similar to that TNC data. And they went a step further by really getting on the ground and training some models that were focused on big game habitat and other biodiversity needs and connectivity. And so this data set is just becoming available. I've kind of simplified it just to show, you know, 3 different levels of conservation value, and then another layer they've created that shows restoration opportunity. And so I think that's a really neat layer too to look at, where you know, Picken County open space partners can really work to restore some lands that have really important conservation value.
Can I ask another? I just wanted to say that you're the at risk and the best opportunities are the wetlands, the water. I'm just wondering, what's your sense of confidence that we are on top of protecting the riparian areas and the wetlands, which you know, we've always heard is, you know, 95% of our wildlife depend upon those riparian areas, and certainly we do too. And I'm just wondering, you know, this makes me a little nervous. It's a very concentrated area, and it's the most at risk. How are you all feeling about this?
We certainly have our challenges, and you know, AVLTs can do what we can, and just working with you guys too, again, those partnerships. So it's important to recognize that and how important some of those wetland riparian areas obviously are, especially in the arid west that we live in. So I don't have an easy answer for you, but using the tools at our disposal, and I think getting information out is really important. And again, connecting with those youth and getting them on conserved land and showing them the direct benefits of conservation is probably one of the best things that we can do as a nonprofit organization kind of within this realm to try and have as much impact as we can in that question that Greg had. So, we can do the best we can, but I think education and youth are critical.
I think my takeaway on that, Dave, is knowledge is power, and you've just pointed out how important this is to all of us, not just those who love elk and deer and
Yep.
birds, but everybody. We rely on that little narrow band where the water flows.
Yep, you got it.
Thank you. This is important.
Mm-hmm. Fancy?
Well, I was just going to ask if that red circle coming down from Carbondale's Bailey's place.
Are you looking over here?
No, I'm looking, down, right around in there. Right there, just to the left of your marker.
Yeah, that certainly would be part of it.
Yeah.
And just
I'll-
other kind of land within that Crystal River Valley.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then obviously, and you'll see in these next photos that I'll end with, we've all done a lot of work in that Snowmass Creek, Capitol Creek corridor. And that really shows on a lot of these maps because of that critical connection between the wilderness and the Winter Range and the river, and then Basalt Mountain and the Red Table and that land on the other side of the valley. So that's a real critical pinch point that this study did a really good job of identifying too. And another probably important place to consider some kind of wildlife crossing at some point too.
It's that upper
Patty, can I
north.
just ask
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
regarding the size of this watershed? In terms of acres or square miles, and then the percentage of that has been conserved. Like I know you had 20,000 acres west of Glenwood. So what are we, 25,000 acres within this watershed? Is that accurate? And how big is the watershed again?
It's about 1 million acres. I think 70% of it's public land or somewhere in that neighborhood. And then AVLT's conserve 25,000 acres, but Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust, Open Space, Picking an Open Space has also done some additional conservation work here too. So I don't know the total, but it's probably more around 50,000 acres or so of conserved private land.
And how much larger is the watershed than just Pitkin County? Because I thought Pitkin County was about is it 1,000 square miles, 1 million acres of Pitkin County, or is it the watershed? Just trying to get a real figure, understanding of what we're.
Just looking at this, the county looks to be about 2/3 of the overall 1 million acres of the watershed.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe a little less, but more than 50%. So yeah, I'm just going to end with some overview photos because it just kind of helps capture what we're up to here. And so this really is, looking out over that Shieldo Mesa, Capitol Creek corridor, onto the high mountains there above, and Mount Sopris there in the distance, just so we can all kind of wrap our heads around these maps and these concepts and these values that we're putting forth. And this really shows that critical connection point between, this would be Williams Hill and this would be Basalt Mountain. This is the ranch farmland around Emma. This is the Crown. So this photo too just kind of captures, agricultural lands that we've all worked to conserve, the river corridor, obviously the human communities that are intermixed in there, critical areas of biodiversity like Williams Hill, the Crown, Basalt Mountain, and just some of the connection points too that you can kind of envision here. And again, we're all about partnerships and working with willing landowners, so we're not trying to put this on anybody, but this just really depicts where we're at in the valley and the opportunities that we have ahead of us and some of the things we can do to improve connectivity and to plan for the future here.
The other thing I'd say is when you have a region as large as ours, it's possible to, the term I used last time was to just do random acts of conservation, where the phone rings, you go look, you say, yeah, that looks nice, we'll take it. And the goal of this plan is really to help minimize that and really focus on strategic conservation. So everybody's got limited resources. Greg, to your point that, 5% doesn't sound like a lot of land, so let's make sure that it's the most important to furthering these community and climate and biodiversity and agricultural goals that we share and that different communities, have different emphasis on. So this is it's been such a fascinating education for us to really think about our work holistically in a wider context that does include our partners and the municipalities and counties that we work in, and to look at issues like, that are clearly pain points like affordable housing, and realize that, there is enough land in the valley to accommodate that, and there's also enough land to accommodate conservation. We just have to be smart about it.
Yeah, well said.
If I could tag on that for just a second. Looking at this photograph is amazing to me. I've spent a lot of time working on this particular area. We call it the Fertile Crescent. But you're looking at 3 different counties and a municipality, and the organizations that have been involved in conserving a lot of what's the irrigated land just in this picture are AVLT, Pitkin County, Town of Basalt, Eagle County. So I guess the resilience of these partnerships has been important with what we've accomplished to date, but it's going to be more and more important as the harder deals come in front of us and we try to figure out how to make them work.
Yeah.
It's a great photograph.
Yeah, and then I just to show another area that we work in that's outside of this watershed, just to kind of say that again, that we work, in a very large area. And this photo just really shows kind of the values and the landowners that we're working with outside of this county to protect land with critical habitat, agricultural, open space values.
Where is it?
This is outside of Newcastle.
It's called
Which way?
Grass Valley, north of Newcastle. Yeah, toward the flat tops there.
And then just to, hammer it home again, getting young people of all different members of our community and all different ages and all different types of people out on the land, especially at a young age, and really connecting them with a conserved ranch. That's a special place that a lot of us don't get to go interact with. And the more we can kind of provide some of these opportunities at these specific community conservation projects like the Kaufman Ranch, I think, each community within that large map that I showed you should have something like this, where folks can really connect with the benefits of conserved private land and learn from it, and just be there and just sit quietly there is really, really important. So that's, an area that AVLT has expanded our work into lately, and we feel really really happy to be in that space, and we really think that it's critical to our mission, it's critical to remaining relevant, it's critical to all of the different aspects that are happening within our communities and the changes that we're all experiencing too. So if we can just stay centered on some of this too, it's very meaningful to this work. That's it. So thanks.
No, thank you. That was
Yeah.
great
Sounds great.
information. So do we get copies of that?
We will mail you all copies because, once again, we forgot to bring them. So our bad, but yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I would love to keep one on my desk.
Yeah.
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 The three points, one overarching one. There's several people around this board who've been in this valley for over 50 years. And having a 50-year time frame, I've noticed changes my perspective on things. So if we take a 50-year time frame from here out to 2073, which it's kind of hard to even imagine that, but we need to imagine that. And when we do imagine that, and we think about sustainability, which is often incorrectly equated with environment. It's not environment. It's about integration of community, economy, and environment. And we've done, as a community, a fantastic job with regard to two of those things, with regard to environment, this being a huge example, both the property taxpayers of this county being willing to tax themselves to buy land or easements, and your donors, a lot of the same people, doing similarly. Very powerful. And economically, we've done very, very well for a host of reasons, some of which are random and accidental. But on the community side, we're failing miserably. And if we think about 50 years hence, how are working people going to afford to live in this valley? Not just now, but think about extrapolating all of this gentrification et al. 50 years out. We need to be in this community, this valley, as aggressive with regard to affordability of housing and daycare as we have been, which is what it takes to establish families and a workforce. We need to be as aggressive with that as we as we have been on the environment side. We've got the little furry creatures handled as well as we can imagine probably, but we're not handling the naked creatures in this valley very well. We're not doing that job. And I don't even know who I'm talking to in saying this. There's not even any freaking press in the room, but we need to do more. What this upper valley, which is castigated by the lower valley for a lot of good reasons, has done on the positive side is manifest in a lot of what AVLT and OST has done. It's also manifest with Aspen Community Foundation, a lot of rich people doing a huge amount for a lot of poor people all the way to Parachute. Really noble efforts in the right direction. So for whatever that's worth, we need to do a lot better with regard to the community side. Second point, I would love to hear what some of the feedback has been as part of your work, especially from those 11 equity-related groups that you spoke to. I'd like to hear what they said beyond, gee, we don't have enough housing. And we all know, to be clear, that just providing additional supply doesn't make it affordable because we have inelastic demand in the extreme, that is demand that is not price sensitive. And that is not fixed by simply adding new supply. It needs to do more than just adding new supply. The third point is connectivity, that one beautiful picture you have of the Crown and Light Hill. You notice how the Crown kind of reaches out for Light Hill. It sort of cries out for connectivity. And we know from Cardamone's work and others that the Williams Hill, Light Hill, Crown corridor, can I use that word? That connection is critical. What else do we need to be? I live right in one of those little connections between Light and Williams. Do we need to be doing more in those little strategic locations? And I'm wondering whether your work has got to that in any way. Do we need to be buying houses and tearing them down in those areas? Do we need to be building bridges across Highway 82, as has been done in some other locations? So 3 areas to think about.
Well, Suzanne can add to this too, but with the nonprofits that we talked with, everybody said just access to safe places for open space, for their programs, for connection for the groups that they serve to be in the outdoors, and to have things simple like bilingual signage and concepts like that, you know, groups have done a better job at that, but we can do a much better job at that. So we heard a lot about that. Simple things like bilingual signage, and then just partnering directly with groups to provide access to spaces for community purposes. So not private land, to community open spaces and places like the Kaufman Ranch. So that was really came pretty loud and clear through those conversations. And Suzanne probably has some words to add to that too.
Yeah, I'd say by and large, all of those community-focused groups didn't realize that we cared. You know, they didn't know that the land trust would have any interest in what the needs of the communities that they work in, the marginalized communities. And that was a big revelation that not only, Michael, to your point, we need to take care of our environment, we need to take care of our people. Furthermore, we can't take care of our environment unless we take care of our people, because the people are the ones who do the caretaking. We have enough people now to where, we can't just turn the whole valley back to the wild and turn the clock back 200 years. But we can create a sense of inclusion to where more people feel invested and feel a part of conservation. And I think that's the goal. In long-term relevancy, we need more people to see themselves in the outdoors, to feel welcome there, to feel heard. And it does go beyond housing. Housing is a huge issue, but it's also how we relate to being here and how, de-stressing. And, in the pandemic, we all realized how important it was to have access to the outdoors. And there's a lot of people who don't necessarily share the same sense of entitlement or fortune or safety that we all feel in the outdoors. So a lot of that feedback, people were genuinely grateful that we were wanting to start making connections, and then they want to see some action on it, right? So Marble Base Camp, Kaufman Ranch, Project the Silt River Preserve, for us, those kinds of projects, the real opportunity is this is a way to start connecting a broader community and helping get people invested in this work in a bigger way.
And you know what the root of that is the youth. They're going to bring it home to mom and dad, to the familias de Latina, and they're going to come in, and that's where I saw that with recycling, how my children educated me and how my mother's grandchildren educated her in recycling, just the fundamentals, because that's the greatest exposure. That's what's going to get the marginalized communities out and about, is their children. Mm-hmm. Those are the ones who are going to say, instead of, going here, let's go there, because we can walk through nature. And that's a great place to start within the school systems like Kaufman Ranch, and the educational opportunities that we're going to have there is huge. And of course, Marble, with my family's history with Marble Base Camp, that's a huge impact to the youth in this community, and they bring it home.
So how about the connectivity across infrastructure barriers?
I think
Are you dealing with that at all?
it's a place where we can obviously be a partner, but it includes a lot of different entities. I mean, that's CDOT, that's CPW, that's the counties, that's the landowners, maybe that.
But nobody's leading it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody's leading it. Eagle County did a study that identified that particular location.
Yes.
I don't know what's come of that.
You're talking overpass over the highway?
Overpasses over the highway, and what do we need to do between Light Hill and Williams Hill and Light Hill and the Crown, too? What, if anything?
And I think there's other areas too where we can.
Those are just two I know of. That's,
Yeah, and there's some great examples of
Yeah.
what's been done elsewhere that could be done here, I think. Like I said, AVLT is a willing partner in that conversation, but.
Am I screwing up again? Sorry.
She's gonna
Yeah.
double mic you.
Well, and I can answer quickly on the infrastructure point. CDOT, Brian Pettit in the county has been, in conversations about what to do on the Highway 82 corridor, but the reality for CDOT is the Highway 82 corridor is not their biggest priority. They have so many priorities throughout the state that 82 is not their highest piece. Now, can the counties do something different? Sure, but it's going to take a lot of county push and community push to do it. But just from the CDOT point of view, that's it. But
I've been working with Brian and CDOT
Right.
on looking at the areas of significance and what we can do. And it doesn't look like an overpass is in our future anytime soon.
if we're going to rely on CDOT, no,
Yeah.
it's not.
We
But
can't rely on CDOT to
Well,
pay for
but
that. It's
it's-
not their job.
Well, it is their job, and that's the problem is they're going to have to be the ones to permit it all and do it all. So, we can end up giving money to that or move that forward in a way, but there's a bigger process.
Yeah,
that-
there's Perry Will's recent bill, Safe Passage, where there's some funding, but I've been working on it just to protect the wildlife crossings. But I think, Michael, your point about connecting the what is it called, the Fertile Crescent?
Yes.
That neck of the woods, literally, is something that we could address sooner than later.
Connecting it both to the east and to the north,
Yeah.
at least. if
And
not-
I think there's strategic pieces that are left of the puzzle that this study shows. But, you know, Eagle County has a new Eagle County open space director. And between Eagle County and Picken, I think there are some strategic we can do.
We're gonna get Garfield County open space soon, right?
Yep, right? She's gonna get that.
Graham, go ahead, Graham.
I think a key point in this is the biodiversity study, which is gonna be hitting the ground soon, and I think that's gonna be keying in on a lot of those issues of connectivity in the watershed that you're talking.
Need somebody to lead it.
Steve?
I always think about the Utes, the Nuche, who were here. And it wasn't all that long ago that none of this stuff was developed like we see in the aerial photographs. Our Western civilization has kind of been imposed on the valley in, just 140 years about, since the Utes were removed from northwestern Colorado. And it's astounding to see what changes there are. So I always have thought in terms of conservation of land is how you, in our case, we could run a ranch and yet make it a livable place for the wildlife, make it easier for them, not have too much more major impact than what already took place from the first settlers building the irrigation ditches and clearing fields. So I think a critical part is the wildlife-friendly fencing, actually, to make it easier for the wildlife to go across the pieces of private land. Another thing is a lot of wildlife rely on the irrigation systems that are in place for getting their water or for their grazing. And I couldn't help but notice in the Mid-Valley aerial photograph that the Lake Christine land that Parks and Wildlife owns was all dried up as if it hadn't been irrigated properly. So by irrigation, we've created these kind of micro climates that wildlife thrives on, and then if you quit irrigating it or if you do the irrigation different, that has an impact on the wildlife that I think is critical to understand that and try to keep those microclimates going. Then you look at the 1,200, this 1,200-year drought that we're in now, and what are the impacts of that going to be in terms of wildlife and human activity and irrigation? That in another 50 years from now, we might not have half the irrigated land in the Roaring Fork Valley that we have now, perhaps. It's very likely that's going to happen. There'll be a lot more of that dried up kind of land in the pictures. So.
Then we're gonna need a lot more beavers to re-wet the habitat at that point.
And then Michael's point about the connection between Williams Hill and Lights Hill, there's really two parcels of private land in that whole lower Snowmass Creek stretch that haven't been built on yet. And I think that trying to buy those two pieces of land before a house is built on them should be a top priority to somehow get them conserved. What little connecting links we have, let's try to preserve those before a house is built on them if at all possible. And same thing might be the case between maybe between Lights Hill and the Crown, maybe there's parcels there.
So one little tiny parcel may be worth 1,000 acres or 10,000 acres because of its strategic location.
And one of those places down there is one of the places I've seen more bobcats than anywhere else on
Oh,
Snowmass
really?
Capitol Creek. I think crossing between Williams and Light Hill.
I think Graham had,
Well, following on that, how do you factor in the threat of development? In other words, if there's 4 parcels that all have kind of similar conservation value, and some are in a different zone district, perhaps, a zoning map might be helpful here. How do you factor in the fact that one might be immediately under threat of development and the other might not? Can you factor that in?
Yeah, it's part of our project selection criteria is to look at the threat, urgency, threats, possible risk. It's interesting because if you look at Colorado as a whole, there's parts of the state where the development threats and urgency are very low, but the biodiversity value is really high. So is it worth investing in land there even though it's not threatened? Yes, it's usually at a lower dollar value. Here in this valley, most of what we look at tends to be threatened because it is, the Roaring Fork Valley in particular is, it's tight quarters these days. So that goes into the assessment for sure and could influence what kind of funding we want to bring, what kind of urgency, and it could potentially open the gateway to some conversations, where proactively try to start reaching out and making resources available. So that is all part of it. And I think even in some of the mapping layers that Dave has done, there's been, we look at where the development impact is already occurring, and you can see that as kind of seed beds for this threat and urgency tends to be related. So, being near cities and towns is a major factor there. And on the other hand, we try to stay out of urban growth boundaries and make sure that there are these appropriate places for development. So the key little corridor connections, those are key, and I would definitely think, any partnerships we can bring to working on some of those would be enormous. And then just one other comment that Gary might be bringing up if I don't, is to the earlier issue of how we take care of people and involve people in this work. Picken County has offered to partner with AVLT on creating a program, a position to really be our community conservation manager and help look at all of the land that not just AVLT's community owned or community conservation parcels like Kaufman and Marble Base Camp, but some of the land that you all own, to really be able to look at that and start making inroads into the Latino community in particular, and finding out how we can better partner and work together. So I think that will be really important. We got a lot of work to do to make sure that that's a success, and that we can really support that person and or several people and create a really meaningful program out of it. But I think there is so much excitement and potential around it, and I know it gives us a lot of energy because it feels like the right thing and the smart thing. So.
okay, Greg has his hand up, and then we need to kind of start wrapping because we've got lunch here and we've got agendas for the rest of the day. But Greg?
I'll be brief. Thanks, Patty. I was just thinking, thank you for this. It seems as if this is like AVLT conservation 2.0, or this is like the next level of enlightenment in terms of conservation, and it's very exciting what you're talking about there, Suzanne and Dave. I just wanted to respond to a couple things. I was thinking about what Michael Kinsley had just said. He said we've taken care of the little furry things. I thought, yeah, we've worked on that. We've focused entirely on that for decades now. But how well have we done? And we still talk about how the elk and deer herd is we've lost so much of it in recent decades, and so I'm really not sure how well we've done. We're working on restoring it, and it reminds me that those are the animals can't really speak to us. We've got to be speaking for them and looking out for them. So I was thinking, perhaps and we all know this. I don't want to preach to the choir. But what I was thinking is it'd be great to have some historical context if there was a way we could put some history layers on these maps at some point to show what was here before, how things have changed. Because right now we're looking at what we're trying to preserve with an existing environment. But it'd be great to know how much agricultural land has gone away, or how much wildland or habitat riparian areas have been lost, and then also keep track of what we've lost in the way of elk and deer herds, and what other, wildlife may not even be here any longer. It's another layer to add, but it helps me respond to Michael. The connectivity issue, super important, reaching out to the communities, super important and necessary, that's clear. But then let's also just keep an eye on, as we all are, how are we doing with our remaining, populations of these various animals we're trying to protect. Thanks for coming.
I think this brings into my head something I've been thinking about is, again, in partnership, but an addendum to this strategic conservation plan could be a strategic stewardship plan. And that could really speak to how we collectively can be better stewards of this area, and how we can actually incentivize, like we were talking about, through ecosystem service payments, or just county programs to pay people to plant flowers and pollinator habitat in their backyards. There's so many different things we can do strategically together to better steward conserved land and all land in general, public land, private land, et cetera. And I think that would be a kind of a cool next step to this body of work, would be to create a strategic stewardship plan that, actually had some funding in it for incentivizing practices. Like Steve said, there's stuff out there, but there's always a need for more. Is further incentivizing replacing bad fences for wildlife movement with good fences or no fences. There's so many different things that we can do in that realm to kind of take this to the next level too. So I thought I'd just mention that. I think it dovetails into these conversations really well.
So Amy or Wayne, you've been quiet over there. What do you think? Because we do need to wrap. So if you guys want to jump in, it's your chance.
I don't have anything to add. I think the plan is great, and as Dale said at the beginning, I'm glad you did it, because I don't think it's appropriate for the county program to do it. It looked like a government land grab kind of thing for us, but I think we can use, in partnership, we can use this information, and we'll be happy to use it.
To steal it.
Yeah,
I think the mapping piece is the huge piece for me, just understanding and being able to just utilize the mapping piece and help that with all of our kind of decisions moving forward, and connect those pieces together.
I think the ag land that you showed around Silt was surprising to me. And that's very interesting. I'm going to have to get off I-70 and cruise Silt more often.
It's beautiful. It is really beautiful. Yeah.
Okay, any other wrap-up comments? Gary, thanks. Thank you guys for coming. It was really a
Yeah,
pleasure.
thank you.
Pleasure to see you all.
And I think we have enough lunch if you guys would like to hang out, because then we will grab our lunch and then we'll start the next
You
stage
can eat
right
Greg's share.
Yeah, you got till noon. 15 minutes.
There's always a lot.
There's penalties for
Hey, hands
not
off my
coming in
sandwich.
person.
All right. Yeah, Greg, we'll eat your lunch for you, we promise. please. Welcome back. Today is Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session. It's a joint meeting with the Open Space and Trails Board of Trustees. And I think, Mr. Tannenbaum, you're going to start us off with a discussion about Deer Creek Open Space House rehabilitation.
Yes, thank you, Patty. I'm Gary Tenenbaum. I'm the director of Picken County Open Space and Trails, and next to me, who you don't get to see that often, but I made him come up here with me because he's more the responsible one who deals with all of these house rehabilitations and property management issues, and it's Ted O'Brien, who is our resource and trails manager for Picken County Open Space and Trails. There you go. So today we're here to talk about a budget supplemental and about Deer Creek Open Space. And Deer Creek Open Space was purchased in 2015. To give you some background, everyone knows where it is in Lower River Road. It's in a beautiful spot right at the base of Albany Gulch. And we took a lot of time when we purchased the property to learn about the property and learn about the wildlife use of Albany Gulch and other things to come up with a management plan that would really respect the wildlife and the land that it's on. Considering that Deer Creek Open Space is all of less than 40 acres, going back to your earlier discussion, it's one of those kind of critical pieces of small property that had high conservation value because it's at the base of a gulch that has major wildlife use. And it connects from the river all the way to that gulch. And in 2015, it was purchased at the time for about $2.5 million. And we thought that might be a little expensive, but, move on 7 years and voila, I think we had a deal. So at the time when we purchased the property, there were two houses on the property. There was a main house and a caretaker unit. And the main house was in better shape, but needed a lot of rehab on it. And at the time, Open Space, this was before our reauthorization, and talking about other things that the program could do. It was also at a time where we were concerned about affordable housing, but not as concerned as we are today. And at the time, CPW was having a huge issue of keeping their Aspen Area Wildlife Manager. And Colorado Parks and Wildlife, I worked with them, and we came up with a deal that if they paid for all the rehabilitation of the main house, including a new septic and everything else, that they would get a long-term lease on that. And I think at the time we made a great deal with them because Curtis Tesh now lives there. We have an Aspen Area Wildlife Manager that lives in the district. We would not have had that because at the time Curtis was he couldn't afford his place in Redstone anymore, and he was looking further and further in the Colorado River Valley to find a place, and that would have changed his response time to our area by a ton, and most likely would have led, he admits it, would have led to his early departure to find something more affordable. We still have Curtis 7 years later, or 6 years later, and he's been an incredible part of this community, and I think it's one of those success stories where we partnered with a state agency to really do something where the house is now totally livable, up to code. Colorado Parks and Wildlife paid for all of that. And on the property, there was also a caretaker unit. And the caretaker unit was in a little, it was still, the shell was good, but inside it needed a lot more work. And so we wanted to wait until we did the management plan before we did anything. And so what we did was we did the management plan last year and got approval early this year. And in that management plan, we kind of went out to the public and put options out there for this. And it seemed to, make sense that we would put another land manager in there and we would explore options to rehabilitate the house to put a land manager in there. And for me, as part of our program, finding a way to house our employees is huge because we have some really long-term employees, but we've also lost some long-term employees recently due to housing. And so, after the management plan was complete, Ted worked with a contractor. We worked with an engineer to look at the bones of the house and to look at what it would take to do a rehabilitation of the house. And so in your packet, I showed you that, what we've come up with is to rehabilitate this house to a living standard. We're not expanding it by any means because on this property, the existing zoning is for one main house and a caretaker unit of 1,000 square feet. That's what this is. It's a caretaker unit. With the storage area in the back, it's a little over 1,000, but the living area is 1,000 square feet. And so to stay within the existing zonings of the area and to also realize that it needs water and septic, we're proposing to rehabilitate the existing caretaker unit to a one-bedroom unit, and to, it needs a new septic system, so that's part of this cost. And for us, we feel pretty confident with this contractor. We would have to go out to bid and everything, but the person who looked at it, did a contingency too, based on the fact that it seems like everyday inflation is increasing prices. But we feel pretty comfortable that for $460,000, we can rehabilitate this house and get somebody living there probably by early next year. The reason why I'm bringing this earlier, I don't usually bring budget supplementals like this during the year, but due to inflation and due to what I worry about the future of costs, if we're going to do this, I'd love to know your thoughts today, if we can do this now, because if we keep waiting, it's just going to cost more. And it's one of those things where, the reality is if we could really get it done for $460 or less, it's cheaper than building a new house today. We checked in with other construction agencies around here, and right now the construction cost per foot is around $800 to $900 a square foot, and most of these contractors are asking for a 1% a month inflation kind of escalator. And so, it's going to be a big problem. It's going to be a big problem for the future of developing any type of affordable housing. But for us, I think on Deer Creek, it would be great to have 2 land management people. One of our rangers or our maintenance staff, and Curtis. We all get along with Curtis really well. We work really well with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And so that's what the budget supplemental is, but I also included in here, the what else do we have? And so I put it in that memo. There's other properties that we have that either have housing or that are actually housing individuals, or we're in the process of looking at what that could be. And so going down that list, we have Emma Open Space, and we restored that historic house, and now we have an agricultural operator living in there, and we have a historic restoration policy that we use for this, and it's occupied by the lessee. It's doing great. She's right near where her land is, and so far that's been going off really well. We have Lazy Glen Open Space, which has basically 2 units in a barn, and Lazy Glen, we renovated both of them, and one is the agricultural lessee on the property, and the other person is a full-time ranger. So that seems to be working out really well. We actually put solar on that building, and it's completely off, well, not off the grid, but it's producing the electricity required for the big barn that it's on, and it's been great. And that went through a management plan process, and from the management plan, then we did that. And then Deer Creek, I talked about Deer Creek. Wilden Open Space is down the Crystal, and Wilden is something where we don't have a management plan.
Greg,
Greg?
I'm going to interrupt. Greg, you have a question or?
Yeah, just regarding the Deer Creek, have you looked at putting a modular in there? Is there a modular house that could come in at a lower cost and maybe give us maybe even larger or something appropriate that could bring us in sooner at a lower cost?
Well, a modular would not bring us in sooner because what I've heard from the modular world is you know, it is backed up just like everything else. And so it wouldn't be a quicker solution. This is the quickest solution because the house is in pretty good shape. We just need to go to bid, get a contractor and start, you know, with all the building permits and everything else. Where it's the same thing with the modular. We'd have to redesign it. We'd have to design it for the area and then, you know, obviously get the same permits and stuff. To go bigger is a question that you guys can take up. We're trying to stay within the existing zoning of the area. We didn't do the management plan. We didn't really say that we were just going to go bigger. So it is a question for you guys if you really want to do that. Picken County, we have location and extent, and we didn't use the full square footage of a house at 5750. The other one is not a 5,750 square foot home. But do we want to go larger is a question that we could do. It will not be quicker. It'll take longer time. And, we do have to look at the, kind of where the land use code is and where you guys are willing to push that. And because there will be some community pushback to going too large. This Deer Creek is only 1.5 miles, not even, from Phillips. So just that's also a piece of this puzzle. And then we'd also have to make sure the water and whatever septic we built could handle that too. The beauty of dealing with this house is if you want to do something in the future, we can. I mean, this is not the end of anything. It's also, when we try to look at all this stuff through a climate lens, one of the things is if we have a shell that's in good shape, to take that shell down, adds more to the landfill, adds more to the trucks to take it down. Where if we're just taking that shell and redoing the walls and redoing the electric and putting in some new roof and stuff, it's definitely less. It's a less impact to the environment to keep an existing unit going. So I'll just finish this, and then you guys can talk about all those pieces. Because Wilden is one of those places in the Crystal where we have 2 units on Wilden. Some of you have been there, and we had this contractor look at both of them, and there's one that both of them will take significant rehabilitation. The bones are relatively good on one that's over a garage. The other one is a place, Greg, where I really would think we would want to do a modular instead of this house, because I think from looking at it with the engineer and the contractor, I think it would be a much better deal to take that one down and put a modular on. But I don't want to go too far into Wilden because we haven't done a management plan for it. And so before we would choose what we'd want to do there, I would hope we would do a management plan, at least get some feedback from the community. It's part of Faloa Meadows. It's connected to Faloa Meadows, so it's a bigger piece of the puzzle. And I think at that time would be a really good time to talk about Wilden. And then Glacier is the historic house. We're working on that right now. We are in the process of getting a historic designation. I've talked to Eagle County to get some assistance from them on Glacier. We have options on Glaciers to potentially create more housing on Glacier. It's not just the house. We've reserved the right in the approval to put 2,000 square feet in that Glacier House area. So that's coming, and that will definitely be a discussion as we get further down the road, because we also want to get state historic grant funding for that, and we got to get that historic designation before we go for that. But that we're moving forward with that, and I can give you a complete update later as we go into budgeting on Glacier.
I think Mr. Kinsley had a.
What could we do on that site if we max the zoning? And could that include a duplex?
The zoning does not, unless Rye would correct me, the zoning that I know does not approve a duplex.
Good,
I mean,
so-
it's a single-family home with a caretaker unit, or accessory dwelling unit,
So we're talking about the accessory unit now.
correct.
And what square footage are we talking about now, and what square footage would it be if we maxed it?
The caretaker unit needs to be, in the code, it's 1,000 square feet, and that's what this caretaker unit is now. That's what this was kind of created as. So we're talking about 1,000 square feet. It's got some storage, but the livable is 1,000 square feet. The main house is about 1,200, 1,500 square feet. And so the main house, well, with the basement, it could be closer to two. Okay, so it could be closer to 2. So the main house is 2. Under county code, you can go to 5,750, and in that area, I think it might even take TDRs, so you could go bigger, but not multifamily. I mean, that's not part of the zoning. I mean, it's obviously the zoning is created by these guys, but the reality is we try not to unless it's a specific need to go outside that zone.
It sounds as if you're saying that the proposal you're offering right now will max it as a practical matter in terms of numbers of employee units, affordable units on the site.
Yes, it'll max the number of units, which we're both affordable units, so it would max the units. You could put 2 units total. I mean,
Actually, my question was slightly different. Maybe I said the word unit, but I meant in terms of people. If we wanted to max the site, I'll back up. My opinion is, out of my purview as a OST board member, but as a constituent in Pitkin County, is that we've got an asset here, and we've got a serious housing problem, so we should maximize the use of that asset to solve the housing problem if we're not damaging the site in some important way as against OST mission. So that's my opinion about how we ought to treat every unit that we happen to acquire because we're acquiring open space. So assuming that approach for a moment, which is not any kind of a consensus, it's only my opinion, what will we do to maximize the use of this site?
well, and that's the tough part for us, because right now we have really good separation between the 2 units, and that's a wildlife corridor. And so if we create more of a barrier in there with more building and more units, we have to make sure that we create wildlife corridors, because the way these 2 houses are is that they are, they're kind of in the middle of where Albany Gulch comes down to the river. So it would be hard for me to say to maximize it, because I do believe you would, like right now, those 2 houses exist, and the wildlife deals with both of those houses today. If we go bigger and max that area out a little bit more, you're gonna put some constraints on where the wildlife
So
can
what
go.
would go bigger look like?
Well, it's really, what would go bigger is if you wanted to change the zoning on that property and make it multifamily.
Assuming that we didn't change the zoning, which I don't think these guys would do.
Right. So the caretaker unit is 1,000 square feet. That's the caretaker unit, and that's what's allowed under the code. And the main house would be 5,750, but it's not multifamily, so you're putting one family kind of into, or one living unit into that house. So you could potentially do co-living and have up to 4 people live together in there. But the reality is it's a single family home on the caretaker unit.
So it sounds as if the answer to my question is, if you wanted to maximize its use under current zoning with the existing dwellings, you'd increase the size of the primary dwelling and not house a family, but rather multiple multiple employees.
And then you'd have to do kind of a roommate situation, because
Yes.
you can't do different lock-offs. You can't have like 2 kitchens and all that stuff.
I understand.
And we'd probably lose our wildlife officer. who
Well,
has an extended lease
there's a
for-
bigger conversation with that too,
I'm
because
not advocating that. What I'm doing is trying to explore what the range of options are, which
Sure.
I think we ought to do every time we have an asset.
and one of the reasons why we're here today is because we want to maximize that asset. We want to get an employee into that unit, because right now there's not. And there's no way you can live in that unit today.
Understand.
So that's, for us,
No,
that's what
understand.
I'm here to
Right,
do.
I understand that.
Cool.
Thank you.
Steve?
Couple of issues. One, I would favor respecting the CDU 1,000 square foot limit and leave it at that. I think the county could probably push the envelope and make it bigger, but then we would have problem on every land use application we have in the Woody Creek Caucus area, for instance. People wanting to say, you did it, why can't we do the same thing? Sort of a principle. So I think as a commissioner, I want to respect that 1,000 square foot size. I would also look into making the house all electric and do a heat pump system and not use any natural gas. I don't know if it has natural gas at the present, but doing an all electric thing and making it just as highly efficient as possible. Possibly putting solar collectors on, although it is in the canyon there, so the solar wouldn't be as good as some other sites, but it's a possibility to investigate.
It's actually really good solar right there, and so the cost estimate we have here is 100% electric. We're actually doing it with somebody who works with Core to make sure that Ted could probably talk to some of the pieces of the puzzle, but what's included in this is a significant upgrade to the insulation.
Yeah, just like you mentioned, Steve, it's taking it off natural gas, it's getting it set up for full electric, which we
Awesome.
monitor the use for a year and then do the solar project to accommodate that use.
And we're probably going to do a solar project on both.
Yeah, it would take the solar use for both homes.
Okay, that's great. I would love to do something on the Wilden property also, but this is a project we can do. Let's do one and do it right, and do the best we can on the first project, and then maybe that could be used as a model going forward. And one question, I just want to verify that you'd be using open space and trails funds for this, which you can do because you would be putting open space and trails employee in there. Is that correct? And if you were just gonna do a house and then rent it out to anybody, you wouldn't be able to use your open space and trails fund for that. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, there's two things. First of all, since the property was purchased with open space and trails funds, if we wanted to use it for other housing, the housing fund would have to buy the land under it, and we can do that. We kept that in the purchase agreement, but they would have to buy the land under it, value the land under it, and then spend their money. So if we're going to spend open space funding, then it has to benefit the conservation and the program. And so by putting an employee, and you're only restoring a building that's existing on the property, you're not building a brand new house somewhere else. And so you're rehabilitating an existing structure on an open space. We rehabilitate fences and all this other stuff. And then we are benefiting the wildlife and the protection of ours by having an employee there who then can respond and do that out of there. So yes, so you are correct.
Okay. And then it would be restricted always to open space and trails employee, or
It's not necessarily
someone
restricted.
who would further the conservation value somehow.
It would have to be something that would prove to further the conservation value. So could you, if no open space employee wanted to be in it, could you have another CPW person? Sure, or Forest Service person. Yeah, because that's going to benefit the land and surrounding area, because the Forest Service is right behind it, CPW. So that we can do that if we don't do that. But can we just house another county employee? That would be using the fund in a different way, and your conversion rules start to kick in, and the housing fund should have to buy it and be responsible for it. And so it's that tricky piece, and that's why we don't want to get into the major housing piece. But being able to have some of the housing for our employees would be, a huge boon for our area.
Yeah, and we were just discussing yesterday the housing for childcare workers, which is one of the major issues in the valley. We have this existing square footage for childcare services, but it's hard to get the employees for it because of the housing piece. So sounds like you're feeling that same pressure, and if you could provide one or two housing units for open space and trails people, you'd be better off than you are now.
Well, and I think the two pieces of our program that have been huge is getting agricultural people on our properties and our employees on our properties, because both of those have proven, in Lazy Glen, we both have long-term lessee, we have a long-term employee, and they're right there. I mean, having that ranger live right on the Rio Grande Trail is a huge boon for us. It's a huge benefit, and it reduces their commute time. Well, sometimes he doesn't commute at all because he just bikes out of there. But it's just one of those things, and it's difficult because everybody needs employees right now. But I've lost some rangers and I've lost some maintenance staff, 100% because of housing.
Okay, Francie?
Yeah, I mostly concur with Steve. I think keeping it to 1,000 square feet is reasonable. I mean, my son and his family live in less than 1,000 square feet, and it's fine. We don't need bigger houses for people. And I think that in terms of what you said, Michael, I think we do have opportunities to do sort of expanded affordable housing, but this is a fairly small piece of property that we don't really want a whole lot of people on, because we really want the wildlife to be using it. And so in this case, I think I would say let's just keep it to the minimum number of people, the minimum square footage. That's what I think would be our wisest move.
Amy, please.
Brevity.
I would agree.
Greg?
I would agree.
No, I said brevity.
I think that 1,000 square feet, it's per code. It's,
I said Greg, and I'm like
you
got
said,
it.
kind of the easiest solution for now to get someone in there. I don't think it's a property that warrants having, additional people on. I think it warrants looking at it and seeing if that's an opportunity, in any given location that we have housing, how we can maximize that piece. But I think this is kind of the right thing to do, to renovate the existing shell, not bring in, outside kind of modulars or things like that. And it's an opportunity to house somebody from the program and provide that.
Greg, your hand's up again?
Yeah, thank you. I guess the thing that first struck me was that I don't want to, maybe just because we were just hearing about it, I don't want us to feel rushed, even though I know there's an urgency to get housing, and I understand your needs, Gary. To me, it just seems like it sounds like it's probably would be considered a tear down, or something that would probably be taken out and replaced in most circumstances. And while I really appreciate what you're saying about protecting and preserving our landfill, I'm concerned we're going to be paying a premium, one, because we seem to be in a hurry, and two, because we're trying to preserve something which might be better off just getting rid of. And I want to make sure you're looking at the options for, there are net zero energy efficient modular electric houses out there. Whether or not they're available on the time frame we want, all those questions need to be asked. But I want to make sure you've asked those questions and looked at that, because it just sounds like a really pricey renovation. It's lipstick on a pig in a way. I haven't seen the house, so maybe it's not as bad as I'm imagining it. But if nobody's lived in it for many, many years, that's kind of an indicator. So I still want to make sure we're not rushing into this. And I know that's not how you operate, but I have to ask. Thanks.
Sure. No, it's a really good question, because we did think about the modular piece, and modulars right now are running around $400 to $450 a square foot because they're a lot cheaper than new construction. But on this site, you know, we still need a new septic system. We would need to, you know, respect the code, so it would be 1,000. So you're still looking at about a $400,000 to $450,000 expenditure. Yes, it would be more energy efficient, but this one, the way we have it going, we're going to have a good opportunity because we're redoing the walls inside. So we're going to be able to put as much insulation as we want. And I mean,
And a couple of other things just to kind of help see the picture, Greg, is it is a post and beam structure, and from an engineering standpoint, all of that is in really good shape. It would really be a shame to tear this down. It needs a roof, it needs windows, it needs new insulation, some electrical stuff, but a lot of this cost is the septic reconnecting to the current electric pole, which is quite a long trench, as well as the existing water well on the property. So really tearing this down would be a shame. It's not a real complicated structure, so renovating it is kind of a no-brainer when we brought it to the Net Zero Builder Group, and they kind of specialize in these more affordable type projects rather than the high-end thing. So they were excited to see this. They were like, wow, we got something that's almost there. You know, it's just, as you guys know, if no one lives in a house for a little while, it kind of dies. And that's what's happened here, you know. So it's it's a reasonable project to put money into. Unfortunately, it's just prices these days are really high.
Great, thank you. It's great to hear that you've considered all those.
and Greg, I'll bring back a little more information because it's going to go to you guys 2 more times. So I can bring back more, but we have looked into this, and I'll make sure to explain that more in the BOCC presentation. But you know, it's when we did bring the builders in and they looked at this structure, they're like, we can bring this to a very high efficient, high insulated, very good unit, and all electric, and it'll function really well as a 1-bedroom unit.
Steve, I'm just gonna do a comment real quick first. So the sounds like the building has good bones. Sounds like we can insulate it. Sounds like the cost is about comparable to bringing in a modular. And as far as the time frame, I think with the issues we're seeing is the longer we wait, the costs are just skyrocketing. We would like to say if we wait 6 months, the costs are gonna come down. I don't see that as an opportunity for us right now. And I think the other factor is the sooner we get it done, the sooner we can get somebody, an employee in there, and we need to keep our employees. And this is a perfect opportunity for us to do that. So Steve?
So I would be opposed to tearing the house down.
Yeah, me too.
For one reason, I think the county should set the example of existing buildings need to be repurposed rather than torn down and taken to the landfill. There is another option that maybe none of you are aware of, but there is a house on Capitol Creek Road that has been donated to Habitat for Humanity, and it's being deconstructed and moved to Delta County, somewhere in Delta County. Somebody bought it. They're taking the house, so it's not going into our landfill, and it's like sort of the perfect world. I think this is a new model where rather than tearing something down, donate it to Habitat, you get the tax write-off from the donation, and the house is not put into the landfill. So that if for some reason you decided that this needed to be removed from the site, I would move it, get somebody to buy it and use it for CDU on their property or something would be much preferable to tearing it down. But my first choice would be to just repurpose it on site, and even if it maybe you have to put a little extra money into it, but that's setting the example we would like everybody in the community to follow, instead of tearing down a perfectly good structural house and building something else.
Graham, please.
Yeah, I agree with the direction that you guys are taking. I think we should repurpose the existing house. I think 1,000 square feet is plenty for a couple. I think if you start to get more people in there, you get more bathrooms, more complication. I like staying within the zoning. I'd like to keep the costs down, obviously, as much as we can, and the time factor. And I don't think we want to build for the free market. I mean, we're building for a more modest. So I think this is a good direction. I think if we want to get more involved in housing that is not specifically for our program, I think we need to start creating some collaboration with some of the entities that are more involved in housing.
Yeah.
We're not set up for housing. We're not set up to manage it. I don't think the voters and taxpayers who support the program are necessarily thinking about housing unless it increases the open space program. So I think you're headed in the right direction.
Okay. And on other properties, we're always going to explore what we can do. And we talked about Glacier. Glacier's going to come back. And when I talked to Eagle County, I was talking to them specifically about, okay, there is more square footage here, but would your housing department be interested in something like that? And they said maybe, because their Eagle County Housing has funding and stuff, but we also just got to respect the community too, because these are rural areas, and putting a lot of people in rural areas is something that you guys have been working really hard on not doing. So putting one more person is different than putting another 4 or 5. So anyway,
We're dealing with that right up the street.
yes.
Yeah, there we have Phillips.
Yeah, Wayne.
I agree with what Graham said and the direction this is all going. I think when the open space program requires properties that have houses on them, we have the responsibility to figure out what to do with them. And I think in this case, it's a real reasonable approach, and it's within the constraints of the existing zoning, and it fills the need, to some small extent, of housing for our program, which I think is a good asset for us in order to retain an employee. So. I just think we just have the responsibility to figure out what to do with each house, and that we end up acquiring. We're acquiring the property for a whole different reason, but then we're kind of in the housing business to some extent because there's houses on these parcels we buy. So.
Well, and to give you some history, we used to buy properties and knock down the houses.
Well, I know that has
And so
that has
that was
happened in
our
the
history.
past.
And then, you remember Michael Owsley
More questions.
was really, like when we did the last one, he was very, very stern with everybody, going, why should we be knocking down houses when people can't afford to live here?
Yeah, I
So
think that would be
we have
very
changed our mantra completely.
unpopular to do.
Well,
that
and it's just
now.
not. I agreed at that time, because I used to just feel like open space, like more wildlife habitat, more this, but we're not talking about 10, 15 houses. We're talking about one here and like one little one here. It's like if we could just keep those for housing, and now that we have this agricultural program and getting agricultural people on the property and having some of our employees, CPW, maybe Forest Service, I just think you're going to benefit the land so much more, and people who have connection to Pitkin County, who live in Pitkin County, care about Pitkin County, and it's just a huge piece of the puzzle.
Francie?
So would the rent be dependent on income along the county lines?
It would be APSHA, yeah. We would
It'd be the
yeah.
APSHA model.
It would be, we do the APSHA model on all our affordable housing
Okay.
rentals, so it would be based on their income and everything
Great,
else.
thank you.
Yeah.
So Gary doesn't get to move in there.
No, I do not get it.
Michael, go
Just a
ahead.
quick note, what has happened in that conversation in the last 10 minutes is an implicit policy with regard to residential units that the county acquires through open space activities. And maybe we should make that implicit policy explicit.
I think we did that.
Did on historic, but he's talking about on.
I'm talking
everything
the
else.
broader picture, not the OST picture, but the Pitkin County picture. What's the Pitkin County policy with regard to those acquisitions? It's implicit in this conversation, but this conversation is a function of the 10 individuals who are part of this conversation, not necessarily what happens when the rest of us are out of office.
Well,
So
I think
maybe
the
we need-
policy would be an open space policy that would come through both boards to create a policy that we can all live with, but technically, since the funds and the efforts coming from open space, it would need to be there, because the county housing program, it's evolving as we speak. So I think that's something we should talk about, though. If we have one for historic, it won't be that hard to create one, because we're kind of already, like you said, following a policy that that's evolving from this table and this discussion. I think that's a good start.
I think it would be good to have an open space board policy on, because we thought about it, and Dale was like, why don't we just create a policy? I'm like, yes, we could do that. But we do management plans too. But I do agree after this conversation that Dale's right, Michael's right. We should have a policy, just so the policy is not to knock them down. The policy is to look to repurpose in a certain way, and we can kind of bring you guys back something just to put it into writing of what we're trying to do.
And if the
We
purpose
did
isn't
that with the
open space
Mather
specific.
House. We
We did the
set a
historic house.
priority list of who we felt should be in the house, and it was, our employees first, and then a county or something, I don't remember. But we went through that, and I think we could maybe find that in the minutes as a starter.
Well, I think I could just adapt the historic policy into a housing policy.
And as consistent with the Mather consideration is that it goes beyond the purview. The policy goes beyond the purview of OST, because there may be a circumstance in which it doesn't make sense to house somebody who is directly related to open space, in which case it's no longer in our purview, it's in your purview.
Except I think somebody would be housed with money coming from the open space to repurpose
You'd
the
have
house.
to do the conversion
Yeah,
piece.
would
You
have-
just have to,
yeah.
but
Talking about-
you can
yeah.
put that in the policy.
And, we
Yeah.
can do the priority, first, second, third, because you could always house a sheriff's officer in some place
Yeah.
at some point. And I think one of the key things too is location. I think it's critical to get some people up the Crystal. I mean, because we have those maintenance issues and those just the stewardship issues, and it's good to have those boots literally on the ground,
And cop issues.
or bikes, or whatever you want.
They're all coming. It's just we also don't want to do it within the bounds of trying to make sure the public process is also there, because that's always the worry. We did Deer Creek, and that's why you're seeing it today, but we haven't done Wilden, and so I don't want to necessarily just go and start redoing the housing before at least
No.
the management plan gets at least talked about, because we don't know what the neighbors will say. We don't know what the caucus will say. We just don't. And so in the end, the Woody Creek caucus was very comfortable with the management plan that these guys adopted for Wilden. So we're staying within that bound and doing what we're proposing today.
And I can't speak for the Woody Creek Caucus. I'm not sure anybody can speak for the Woody Creek Caucus, but I think having somebody from open space along with Curtis is a great combination for those people in those neighborhoods. So if there's an issue that comes up, there's somebody who can respond quicker than somebody who lives in Silt.
I agree.
Which is where we thought we were gonna lose Curtis to.
So what I don't need anything from the
When's it
BOCC,
coming
just
back to us?
direction.
'Cause we have
It's
a-
coming back to you guys, but these guys, I need a motion
Because we have a
to recommend it to the BOCC.
We have a supplemental
moved.
budget hearing coming up.
You do, but not
No,
this
no, I
one.
know, but not
Yeah.
today, but that's
Not
coming
today.
up soon?
Yeah.
This will be on it.
Yes.
Okay.
I move we support the recommendations of staff on this parcel.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay,
New
you
chair
got
now.
10 minutes.
I just-
New chair.
So if you want to talk about anything else,
That's why we were
Happens
late
to
this
the best
morning.
of us, doesn't it?
North Star,
yes.
herons. I heard we had a loss of heron babies to eagles or somebody.
You know,
Do we know?
I haven't confirmed what the cause of death was or the cause of removal. But the herons aren't always on only on our property anymore. They're up further on private property too, and so they're all over the place. So the good thing is yeah, you would think herons would be great at defending themselves with that huge beak, but they're not. They're not. It is amazing what happens. Eagles will come in, golden eagles or hawks, and just take them out.
We got a lot of bald eagles on camera this year there too.
That's what
We
I've
did.
been hearing.
Yes.
So do we have any ospreys up this end of the valley higher than Emma?
Oh yeah, higher than Emma, yes, but not. We haven't seen them up this far up in. I think there's one. There's two down in Woody Creek area.
Really? Oh, yeah, I've seen them down there flying up over when you sit
Yep.
at the tab. They're flying up, but they have a nest right there on that power pole or pole there. That's right,
Yeah.
I've seen them there.
So yeah, so they're there, and so but and North Star, we went out to bid for those parking areas, and just to give you an update on
For
North
what,
Star
please?
for the parking areas
Yeah.
to improve them. But to give you guys an update, so far North Star has been relatively quiet. I know I'm on TV and everyone's going to go out, but
Thanks for the
but
beavers.
the water's coming down. But it's really and the parking has been since we have jurisdiction from the sheriff's office on the parking, it's been more manageable, and the Forest Service has 2 forest protection officers
I know,
that
that's
are
right.
hired for the county and for the general fund and for open space, and they've been out there for a significant time. So North Star, and we're fully staffed this year for rangers and maintenance, so we feel like this is good. And so far, our trail counts, and according to the rangers, is we're in a more normal off-season than we've been in the past. So it hasn't been that nuts out there yet. And we have a feeling this weekend, yeah,
All the girls across the street were out there, and I'm sure they were stopping traffic. The open space and trails, speaking of the new employees, I stopped by the new employee orientation, and I think the larger percentage of the employees were open space. It was great to see. And you could tell which ones were accounting, which ones were open space.
Yeah, we have a good staff this year. Our seasonal staff is strong.
The accounting people had a pencil with an eraser, and the open space and guys had a Swiss Army knife.
Resourceful critters.
Where is the Wilden open space?
Wilton Open Space is, if you're going down the Crystal, it's along DeRay Way.
Oh, it is.
Yes. So, but we have our own bridge to it from Highway 133. So, yeah, if you ever want to see it, I'm happy to take you
There's
down there.
another access.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
It offers another access out towards Faloha Meadows.
Yes, and so we do all our tour, well, because we used to use the bridge we share with the Johnsons, but that bridge, actually, we did an inspection last year, and the bridge was not deemed usable anymore. And this year, actually, the center pier disappeared.
Oh, geez.
So they're having lots of issues with their water lines, but we don't use that. But all our tours for Fireflies all come out of that Wilden Open Space. So buying that Wilden Open Space was a great purchase because our educational component can continue, and it did preserve about 6 or 7 acres of recreation.
And it abuts Philo?
It abuts Faloa Meadows.
And the bridge you were just referring to where the center piling went away, that was the one right at Philo.
Correct, right at the
Yeah.
water wheel that you
Yeah,
see there.
Francie, you should do a Firefly tour. I finally did one last year, and it was
When
Other than the
did
bit-
they come out?
bring your
All in
mosquito
Ju- mostly
repellent, but
July.
other than that, it was
I've
really
never
cool.
seen a firefly.
It's super cool.
It is so cool to see because they're fast fireflies.
Yeah. They were in Washington D.C. when I was back there with
Up
Dale
there,
for
you
the,
mean?
Yeah.
yeah.
It's pretty.
And there were fireflies and Dale didn't tell me, and I'm
Good way to
like,
spend an evening.
yeah, go ahead, Craig.
I've been trying to get on Aloha for about 4 years, and I haven't been there yet. And I was wondering if, we could do some kind of a tour so that we can get familiar with this, whether we see fireflies or not. But I think it would be really good to get whoever might want to get on, have a tour and get some of us out there, and because it's a super important property, and we need to know it on the ground.
We can walk to Ray Road.
There you go.
All
Or
of those
Swiss Army knife.
Let's
go
do
first.
it.
Well, if we go in the evening, you can we can go up towards the mine site where the bats come out for the big ear
God, that'd be the big
Big Ear Thompson bats come out. It's the only known maternity roost on public lands in Pickens County, and the Forest Service has done, with CPW, done a good job protecting that.
The bigger bats are kind of across from Penny Hot Springs.
They're big ears, but they're not a big bat.
No, they're a little bat
They're a little
with big
bat.
ears.
But we could go in and Wilden, you can see Wilden, and then we can go in if we could do an afternoon.
Let's work on that.
Sounds great.
Set that
Just
up.
be ready for some bugs, and we'll be okay.
The Conservancy does a great job with those tours too. They really.
Yeah,
But
there's
I'll
very
set,
educational.
I'll set
I
up.
went on a conservancy tour, but you have to be like 7 in the morning when it opens up, get online
Yeah,
and book
that's-
yourself
Yeah,
in.
well,
It's tough.
I'll set up a separate one, and we could just call it a
Yeah,
public
let me,
meeting.
I'll work with you on that.
Gary's
That'd be
got
fun.
some pull with them.
We're going when the fire.
We'll do it
fireflies.
ourselves.
I gotta see those.
All
I
right,
used to do the
gotta have
tours.
fireflies.
So the bats aren't eating all the bugs. What the heck?
You wish they could eat.
Oh,
when
there's
you're
so
out
many
there.
mosquitoes down there. It's,
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm
they
like,
just
you
carry you away. Do not wear shorts or short sleeve shirts or anything like that. It's
There's also a rare like thermal orchid there that they
Yeah, down
will
the
show you guys if you do the firefly tour, which is it's really neat. It's worth going.
I remember when they found that. That was very cool.
But I'll set one up special for you guys. And
It's also terrific in the fall, the hot meadows do some really interesting colors. As they, all the different grasses and sedges and things change colors at different times. It's just gorgeous.
We go to Propaganda Pie for
I love those grass colors on the upper Colorado.
to a much bigger.
I'm
tour.
planning this.
When you
John, you're
float
not
down
planning
towards
this, I'm
Radio,
Yeah.
grasses along the edge in the fall. Oh my God,
Yeah,
they're so
good
beautiful.
job.
That's my
Also-
favorite place for fall.
It's also
we're
the
gonna
only
do it, we're
place
gonna
in
do
the
this
county
right.
that's had a
Thank you.
tornado
See.
that almost ate up Marty and East Lennox.
What?
When?
In the movie, the
Oh.
Disney
Oh,
movie,
oh,
With the water wheel?
yes. I was like, wait a minute.
they had that little tornado out there.
Oh my God. But that was the only. They moved that whole power line, and did all this stuff on the property for 3 minutes of movie time.
And that's where the orchid
I'm
is.
gonna erase that out of there.
All right, so anything else, guys? We've got 2 minutes. Sounds like my daughter. You have 2 minutes. Okay.
We put a conservation easement a few years ago on the Solner property, and they are now having tours out there of the
property?
studio, the Solner,
Oh, yeah,
right
oh,
near
yeah,
Burlingame.
Yeah, yeah.
And I've gone on a tour next week, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'd encourage everybody to do
It's
it.
great.
Dale and I toured that when we were getting the conservation easement and the studio, and it's like he walked out of there the other day, and Stephanie has done an awesome job. And so I'd encourage everybody to get
Yeah.
out there.
I
I
used to
think
walk
it's
by that all the
comparable to
time.
Georgia O'Keeffe's studio and Abiquiu.
And before you go out there, read Sandy Monroe's book.
Yeah,
He
Sandy
has a
was a
whole
good
paragraph
friend
on
of
Solner.
Paul
Oh, really?
Solner.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Aspen Unstrung. It's a great book.
yeah.
Sandy Monroe? What's some stories about Sandy Monroe?
He
Maybe
tells
they're
it.
in the book.
I should, I doubt it.
You hope not.
It might be. I don't know. I better get the book. All right, are we good?
We're good. Thank you,
Okay.
guys.
BOCC is going to take a 15-minute break, and I think open space needs to adjourn, correct?
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you all.
So moved.
Second.
Thanks, Greg.
All in favor?
All right,
All
thank
right,
you, guys.
thanks, everybody.
BOCC, we've got
you, guys.
15 minutes.
Can I take this for you?
I'll get it.
Oh,
I'm
you're
going
gonna-
that way.
all right.
But thank you, sir, for asking. You're so polite.
Thank you.
Thanks for lunch, by the way, Open
I'm
Space.
doing great.
Oh, yeah.
So
Barbara Stevens. Let's see if I can get it.
Welcome back. Today is Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. This is a Board of County Commissioners for Pickens County. This is our work session agenda for the day. And the first thing, oh, there is our esteemed county attorney, Mr. John Ely. And John M. Ely, it says on this. You're getting pretty formal there, Mr. Ely. And we are going to be discussing an update of employee housing impact fee. So John, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Patty. Commissioners, this is an annual review pursuant to the code language, which was adopted most recently by the BOCC. It was not required in the adopted language, but at the time it was adopted, the BOCC indicated that once a year, the fee should be brought back to the board in order that a discussion could be taken place between the commission members and whatever staff was presenting the information to you to consider whether or not the fee needed to be adjusted or if the calculus needed to be changed and determine if we are on the right track or not. So this is that annual meeting. The meeting generally coincides with the release of HUD data on the area median income. That information is produced for every county in the country, and it's produced every spring. Typically, we get it in April. This year was a little bit late, and with the board schedule, here we are in the beginning of June to discuss it. I think the easiest way to go through the fee is to take a look at the calculus that goes into the generation of a per FTE impact fee number. So let me share a screen. All right, this particular sheet is contained in your packet in the memo that was prepared by Jane Aki. I think everybody knows Jane. She's been in my office for a long time now, and part of her many duties is to prepare a new calculus sheet every year as the annual variable data changes so that fee calculus can be used by the building department in assessing impact fees for the employee housing program at the time of the issuance of a building permit, or if a particular change in use on the property is happening without a building permit, then at the time of a development approval or development permit. So the very first thing that we look at is we look at household income. And in Pickens County, to facilitate this calculation, we look at the income for a two-person household. The board, let's see, it was February of 2021, determined to go from 100% of AMI to 80% of AMI. The board made that decision when it became more obvious that as the cost of living in our area was increasing, wages, quite frankly, just weren't keeping up. And in fact, the program was addressing the needs of people who were in fact making 80% of AMI more times than we were addressing people making 100% of AMI. So the data for the AMI for a two-person household changed as it does most years. And it went from $68,160 to $69,120. So that's the realized income for a two-person household pursuant to HUD data. So we then take a look at what that income means. And what we do is on line B is we assume that only 30% of that income can be utilized for housing purposes. 30% is a rule of thumb, and it may change over time, but it hasn't changed in a long time, that's for sure. And 30% is the general figure that is used by most institutional lenders. So if somebody is looking to finance a house that would require them to pay on a debt of something more than 30% of their income, more than likely an institutional lender will reject that, thinking that that is just simply untenable for the average person or the average household. So of that 30% that can be dedicated to housing, we then, based on our calculus of what is being experienced in our county, attribute 20% of that figure to the payment of HOA dues, property taxes, homeowners insurance. And so that takes down what is available for payment on a principal debt. In other words, the principal and interest payment. We then take a look at what the going rate in Pitkin County is for private mortgage insurance. That's line E. That changes a quarter of a point to a half a point every year. And right now it's going at about a quarter of a point to the value of the loan. And so that is a further deduction from the amount of money that can be dedicated to payment of interest and principal. So the available income this year is $1,335 for housing expenses that can be attributable to principal and interest. Last year it was $1,307. So based on the increase in income, as evidenced in the AMI, that monthly payment ability has gone up a little bit. So next we take a look at interest rates, and that is another annual variable figure. It actually can be calculated on a monthly basis, or even more frequently if we think that it merits such a reexamination. But given that the fundamental data, and that's the AMI data from HUD, only comes out once a year, we only do this entire calculus once a year. So last year, the interest rate was 4.125%, and that's with adding 1.1% to what the going institutional lending rate in Pitkin County is. And the reason why we add 1% is simply because most affordable housing purchases are not done under the best case scenario or the most advantageous case for the lowest interest rates that are available in the marketplace. So we add a point to that to be more reflective of what's really available to the average person moving into or trying to acquire affordable housing. This year, that number has increased from the 4.125 to 5.8%. So that is a dramatic increase, which reflects the most recent interest rate increases, beginning with the Federal Reserve and trickling down to individual lending institutions here in Pitkin County. So based upon the interest rate and based upon the AMI, we have a maximum calculated mortgage loan that is available to a two-person household making 80% of Pitkin County AMI, and that amount is $220,497. So we assume from that the average purchase will be accompanied with 5% down payment. We make that based on just a historic level of equity purchase in a house at the time someone is buying affordable housing in Pitkin County. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more, but typically speaking, most purchasers are going in with 5% of the purchase price. So if 5% is paid down at the time of acquisition, what we now have is a maximum affordable sales price of not the loan value of $227,497, but $239,471. That amount is what is affordable by a two-person household making 80% AMI in Pitkin County. The let's see, just as comparison, well, actually, rather than stopping there, let's just keep going on the analysis. So when we figure out what is available as far as a buying ability for the average or the 80% of AMI, two-person household, we then figure out what is available on the market. So we generate an average per square foot market value of which is to say free market housing. We get that data generated for us by the assessor's office. The assessor's office, and in particular Debbie Payne, has generated a program which is, it's not a program like you would think. It's not a computer program, but a pathway in order to utilize data that's assembled by the assessor's office. And the assessor's office staff, and Debbie in particular, have always been very accommodating to our needs of generating this type of data. And so what we've got is a increase in the market price of properties that are available without any deed restrictions or price restrictions in Pitkin County, going from $951,000 to $1.045 million. So that is a pretty dramatic change, although it's probably not as dramatic as you would expect, because what we do with this calculation is we don't take the annual average. We take a 3-year rolling average, and that is to keep that market price being buffeted too dramatically by rapid increases like we've seen in the last year, or dramatic decreases, and to try to keep it keep that curve more gradual, going up or going down. So we accomplish that by taking a 3-year rolling average, and when you consider the last 3 years, that's where we generate the $1,045,000 figure. To that entire calculus, we put a 10% administrative charge, which is the cost of the housing program, and that comes at 10% based on the value of the housing. So that comes out to $80,000 and change. And from there, it's simply backing off through division to get a unit for a two-person household, which is sized at approximately 11,000 square feet, which is the average size of an affordable housing unit.
1,100.
To be $886,000. So in other words, if this two-person household, theoretical two-person household, was to go out in the free market and try to get housing, and that housing was going to be existing free market residential housing of a size of 11,000 square feet, they would expect to pay $886,000. And we've seen from the calculation above that these folks, this theoretical two-person household, can only afford $239,000, and that creates the gap. So the gap then is simply divided by the number of employees we expect to have in a unit, which is an APTRA figure, 1.75 employees per unit, and that gives us a per employee impact fee of $506,330. And that per person or per FTE fee has gone up from the 2021 figure of $419,698. So it's gone up, not quite $100,000, but almost. So That is this year's calculus pursuant to the code language that the board adopted. And most recently, the board examined and made some changes to the code language in February of 21, as I mentioned. This change is calculated by Jane and given to the building department, and it is used immediately upon its calculation. So this number has been employed for a few weeks now since Jane generated it, and I have to take a look at her. Can't scroll through this document while I'm screen sharing evidently, but she generated this memo a few weeks ago. At the time that she generated it, she gave that to the building department, and it has been used for these intervening weeks. So the action of the board today is not to authorize the use or the change, but to take a look at the way the number is calculated and to determine if you want to make any changes to that calculus. For example, changing the AMI base figure, 80% of AMI to some other number. In the past, we've always gone off of 100% of AMI, but we changed that to reflect what we were really accomplishing through the program, which was closer to 80%. We can look at discriminating the data that we collect to generate the per unit free market price. But we tweaked that a bit last year, and quite frankly, I'm not recommending any changes to any of this calculus at any level, and not to that particular data collection methodology for free market housing affordability or price. But at any rate, this is an opportunity for the board to be informed of the change and to discuss any changes that might seem appropriate, and to request those changes be brought back to the board for implementation. The other thing that I would show the board is this figure. Are you seeing the chart now?
Yes.
Okay. So this chart is at the end of Jane's memo, and it reflects an example assessments of an impact fee against the development of certain sized residential structures. So when we assess an impact fee on commercial development or lodge development, or actually any type of development other than residential development, we determine how many employees are generated by a certain type of business in a certain sized facility. And that calculus has been produced by APCHA, and we utilize their figures. In the residential realm, the county's experience is a little bit different than any of our neighboring jurisdictions, and we've done our own research and produced this grid. This grid reflects the data that we have generated, and it was first collected back in 2000, and then expanded in 2006. And then re-examined in 2010, but it has not been examined since. So that's an issue the board might want to discuss. At any rate, all of our data points from those various times indicated that in the realm of residential development, that there was a distinct difference in the number of employees generated for residential development, which was occupied by a local resident versus residential structure occupied and used by a non-local or non-resident owner. In other words, a second or third or fourth home. And that the change in the number of employees or the number of FTEs generated would relate to the size of the residential structure, but it would relate not in a straight progression, but in a logarithmic one, such that the progression from, say, 5751 square feet to 15,000 square feet does not represent a straight line, but rather a curved one with a rapid increase the larger the home gets. So these representative sizes capture a few examples of what the impact fee was in 2021 and what it is now with the new calculus being employed in 2022. 5751 is the first or the smallest size residential structure for which the impact fee is assessed. And you can see there really is not much in the way of employment generated that's attributable to a 5751 structure that is locally occupied. The fee of 58,000 and change is substantially a small proportion of a singular FTE fee of $506,000. So you can observe for yourself the changes as the house size on the left increases, and what it was last year and what it is this year, and the difference between a locally occupied structure and a non-locally occupied structure. So the most dramatic fee, of course, is the largest house permitted under the county code, which is 15,000 square feet. And if it's non-locally occupied, the impact fee is $1,225,000 and some change. So I think that covers all of the changes and the basic methodology of the calculus of the fee. If the board has any questions or wants to explore any aspect of the calculation, I'm happy to do that with you or answer any questions the best I can.
All right, thanks, John. I'm looking at my math wizard sitting to my direct left here.
I do have one little question.
Okay, Francie.
So I don't see the direct relationship between the figures in the one that starts at 69,000 and ends up down at 506,000 and the actual impact fees. I mean, the only number that's close to the discrepancy between what an employee can afford and what it costs is the one that's for non-locally occupied 8,500 square feet. So how do we get from the cost per employee of subsidizing to the actual fee? What is the algorithm for that?
That isn't an algorithm so much as just simple math multiplication. So the per employee impact fee is the figure of $506,333. So what you do is simply multiply that against the number of employees generated.
All right, that's what I thought. Yeah.
I don't have a chart that demonstrates for you the number of employees generated for different size residential structures.
Well, we can do the division.
But yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Steve, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good.
Greg, any questions, comment? I'm good at leaving it where we are, keeping an eye. Jane does an amazing job, John. I hope she's watching so I can say thank you, Jane. Because this is, she's getting really good at this. She's probably doing it in her sleep these days, I'm sure. But I think it's really interesting information, and yeah, it's a good thing I'm living locally in my 860 square feet of residential space. So, yeah, but I appreciate it, and I don't see anything coming from the board that indicates anybody wants to tweak anything, change anything.
No, but I would think that anybody planning to build 5,751 square feet might realize that with just 1 square foot less, they're $58,000 richer.
Yeah, or $70,000 richer. All right.
So if I could just comment.
go ahead.
I mean,
70 now.
We've tweaked this over the years several times, and it took me 9 years to fully understand it. And I'm good with keeping the formula the same, and the way it's been applied this year is it's fair. It has the people wanting a bigger house are paying for basically for the housing for the employees it would take to maintain that, to build and maintain that property. So it's a it's a fair formula. some people might think it's exorbitant, but that's kind of what our community is to some extent.
Exorbitant, that's true. Yeah, and for those people, these figures are not a big deal.
Well, and the thing to me is that it really shows our support for small homes and locally owned and occupied.
As well as affordable housing.
Yeah, both hands, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Greg, anything? We're gonna go from housing.
Thanks, I'm fine.
We're gonna go
Well, I
from,
have a couple more, Patty, I have a couple
Yeah.
more comments that I'll make, you know, the calculus that we use to develop this affordability gap is fairly straightforward. I whipped through it pretty quick there just to not get bogged down in the multiplication and division and so forth, but it does lay out pretty understandably. You simply calculate what is available on the free market and compare it against what your target household for housing can afford. And the difference comes down to the fee. And I think that's straightforward, and it's based upon current data. So there really isn't much to quibble with there. When you translate that per employee fee into a per building permit fee, then you're taking a bit of a leap. You're multiplying by the number of employees you expect to be generated, not only through the construction of a given structure, a residential structure, as indicated by this chart, but how many employees would be involved in the construction process. Our calculus assumes that the residence will exist for 40 years. That's not necessarily the life of the residence, but at the time the fee was, or this number of employees generated calculation was developed, that's about the average lifespan for a house. I'm not sure that holds true anymore, given the number of demolition permits that are cut out of the building department. So that is a factor I think that might be re-examined, simply because if we are scraping and rebuilding lots more frequently, we are generating more employees than we are anticipating. Likewise, the data that we collected beginning in 2000 and ending in all regards by 2010 indicates a number of people that are employed after the house is built and while it's being occupied. And that reflects a dramatic difference based upon the size of the house. I think that we could probably assume that difference, that increase, is probably still present and probably to some similar degree as our current calculus, but we just don't have any current data on how many people it takes to service a 15,000 square foot home or a 10,000 square foot home. Our data is fairly dated at this point, certainly greater than 10 years old, and a lot of the underpinnings to it are greater than 15 years old. If we had an ability or direction to go out and re-examine that, we might find that although we are covering the cost of housing a singular employee very well, we're undercutting the number of employees that are being generated per residential construction project, for example. So that's something the board might want to think about re-examining. I can tell you that back when this effort was last initiated in 2000, it was quite difficult to get enough data to create a statistically viable sample that would that could support the imposition of the fee, and it was just being collected essentially by one individual, several plates of cookies and a lot of doorbell and which is not the most efficient thing in the world to do. I'm not quite sure how we would approach the same project again, but if we're thinking that there are only 10 employees being generated for a 10,000 square foot house, that are working there on a given year, given that some of these employees are being shared with other, they're not working exclusively at one residence, we might find that we are well below what's actually being retained to service one of these residences. I mean, just driving through Aspen's West End to look at a dense neighborhood of valuable residential properties, there's just a veritable army of landscapers in there, and that's just one occupational field. So that might be something that the board would consider directing staff to try to get a handle on how that reassessment of number of actual employees generated could be made. So those are my 2 comments on the fee. I don't have any, as I said before, I don't have any specific changes to suggest, although we do, I mean the Attorney's Office working with the Community Development Department and Building Department, or Planning and Building Divisions of ComDev, have some minor changes that we'll be bringing to the BOCC after they go through the P&Z for recommendation, to basically improve some of the language, refine how the calculation of square footage is done so that we bring that calculus into uniformity between the impact fee, which is in the land use code, and the calculation of square footage, heated square footage, which is in the building code, together, so there is no gap there. And a few other improvements that are fairly modest in nature. So the board will see those probably in a few months' time. But other than that, we won't be bringing anything forward without any direction from the board.
Okay.
So that's it. Thanks, Pat.
Francie has a quick question, and then Greg.
So when you apply for a building permit in Pickens County, you pay the affordable housing mitigation fee, you pay a road impact fee, you pay an energy fee, or else you put on solar or whatever. What else do we tack on?
The building permit fee, which is based upon the estimated value of the improvements that are being constructed.
Okay. And then do we have a demolition fee as well, if that's part of the project?
It's a deposit.
We do, and we premium that fee based upon the degree that materials from the demolished structure can be recycled.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. Greg?
Wow.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you. I would certainly approve trying to get a better handle on just how many employees are generated. So I would support trying to understand that better. It seems like 22 years later, it's time to take another look at that. But also I was just thinking, it would be insightful to have that information so we could try to figure out how to reduce the number of employees it takes to service one of these homes, because some of them will just pay it, and then they'll have the 100 landscapers or the weekly army of people arriving to service the house. It'd be nice to figure out how to reduce that number of employees. We're not promoting growing the employee base to service these places. We're just trying to figure out how to mitigate for it. So I think it's worthwhile. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't have a problem looking at the number, but can we get through growth management first before we throw
Yes,
something else at staff?
Exactly.
And there might be some information generated through our next steps with growth management that may help facilitate information we need about employee generation.
Thank you.
And Greg, I don't disagree with you, but it's going to be hard to monitor. I'm not going, well, if you want me to, I'll go down to the West End, which is actually in the city. I'll go somewhere in Pickens County and count how many landscapers are out there. But that would be a tough one. But
Well, there were 12 on the mall. that
We'll
worked
get you
for
a
the city,
notepad, a little
working on
yellow
those little
pad, Patty.
flower
You can
pots
go out
near the.
What's that, Greg?
Scout these
12.
things.
what's that?
Yes, well, I approve of you going out with a little yellow pad and taking a tally.
All right, as long as I have a lawn chair and a glass of wine and a good book.
Did you hear what I said when I was walking through the mall today on my way from the bus, right near the fountain? Those little beds, there's like 5 or 6 beds there between.
Flower beds.
Flower beds. There were 12 people working in those beds when I came by this morning. It was incredible. 12 city employees.
They gotta get all those flowers planted by next week, because Food and Wine's coming. So, okay, so John, I think we're on hold for, any changes and on hold, but I think we do, and we'll please bring it back, as far as looking
Next year.
at employee generation numbers. Okay? So now,
Right?
we're gonna move from housing to marijuana. So John, is Jeanette, there she is. Hi, Jeanette.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Good to see you all.
And Greg has expressed an interest in driving the trucks that are delivering the medical and retail marijuana. So we got to keep an eye on him.
Actually, absolutely the opposite of that.
He's going to ride his bike. All right, please, Jeanette, I'll stop and let you go on.
Here, I forgot to close the blind, but I will just move on here. Okay, the purpose today of this discussion, and thank you for allowing us the time, is if the BOC wants to amend the Pickens County marijuana regulations to allow delivery of marijuana products. Recently, staff, myself, was reached out to by United Patients of America, and just to let you know, or kind of guide you where this is. They have a medical clinic upstairs in the Holland Hills building in the Holland Hills area. And they have asked for the board's consideration to amend our marijuana regulations to allow implement and delivery of medical. And he also requested retail, but in checking with community development, retail won't be allowed. And Suzanne, I believe, is in the room if you have questions about that. So our main focus right now today is medical delivery of medical products in the county's marijuana regulations. In 2019, House Bill 1234 was implemented, which a portion of allowed delivery of medical and retail products to customers. And I'm just going to kind of I paraphrase the act, but I'm going to read it to you so I don't miss anything. The act creates marijuana delivery permits for licensed medical marijuana senders and transporters, and licensed retail marijuana stores and transporters that allow the senders, stores, and transporters to deliver medical marijuana infused products, retail marijuana, and retail marijuana products to customers. The act gives the state licensing authority rulemaking authority over the permit and the delivery system. The act specifies that a permit is valid for 1 year and may be renewed with the associated license. $1 surcharge is assessed on each delivery, and that money is remitted to the municipality where the sender or store is located, or to the county if the sender or the store is in an unincorporated area, which Pickens County, of course, is. For local enforcement costs related to marijuana enforcement. Deliveries are limited to 1 per day, limited to private residents, and may not be made to college campuses. The act provides protection against criminal prosecution for those making the deliveries. The delivery is zoned, and this is why it's before you today for this discussion. Delivery is only allowed in a jurisdiction if that jurisdiction has voted to allow delivery either by referendum or by the governing board of the jurisdiction. So with that, our marijuana regulations, as they are written, do not allow deliveries at this point in time. So it would be a change to our marijuana regulations if you all determine that is something you want to do.
So question is, would it have to go to a vote?
No.
No, because it could
Well,
be, it could,
go to the vote of the BOCC, but
Right.
not to the vote of the public at large.
or you could do it by referendum to the people, or it could come to the BOCC.
If the board chose to do so.
Okay. All right, how does the board feel about this question before us?
I have no problem with it.
About allowing delivery?
Yeah.
Greg?
I just wanted to ask a little bit more about this. It seems like they want a blanket protection from any sort of prosecution. And that makes me a little nervous because I don't understand and I don't think we can anticipate all the possible reasons that this may be in there. And I'm wondering if you could explain that. Maybe John could explain that.
The only thing the act does, Greg, is to make it clear that under Colorado law, this would not constitute a criminal act, and the criminal act that possibly would be implicated is transport of a controlled substance. It's still against the law under the laws of the United States, and the laws of the United States do definitely apply in Colorado. But Colorado, through this act and through the earlier statutory amendments and the amendments to the Constitution that were voted on by the electorate, have decriminalized the growing of marijuana, the use of marijuana, and the infusion of other products with marijuana, to the extent that it is criminal. It was a crime under Colorado law. So that's all that the act really does, is to make it clear that this is part of that decriminalization that began, with that first vote way back when that Colorado undertook. So I guess I wouldn't be concerned about that. I would mention that when the county, after the constitutional amendments, and the Board of County Commissioners at that time determined that we would go forward and allow for the issuance of licenses that would cover the cultivation and infusion and sale of marijuana and marijuana products, there was a lot of discussion about delivery. There were some retailers who wanted to do it back then. The board was adamant that they did not want to see that happen. The same way they were adamant that retail shops weren't going to sell anything other than the marijuana products. It wasn't going to turn into a t-shirt shop or what we used to call a head shop, right? So they didn't want to see that type of business evolve, or that type of business plan take hold. Times have changed, of course, and years have passed. So it's up to the board now to determine if you think that type of proscription against delivery of medical marijuana and medical marijuana products is still something that is something that should be precluded or something that should be allowed.
Do we allow delivery of prescription drugs?
We do not control that one way or the other. State law does allow for delivery of prescription drugs under certain limited circumstances.
Okay, thanks.
John, I have a question. So if we were to allow delivery, it would only be deliveries that are made in unincorporated Pitkin County, right? We wouldn't be saying you can take your stuff into the city of Aspen.
Right.
Right.
As Jim mentioned, the concerned jurisdiction, in other words, the jurisdiction where the delivery is made, has to approve.
Right. So my concern, I think before we were kind of waiting to see how the whole marijuana industry would evolve. I would be concerned about opening the door by just allowing it to medical marijuana delivery, because I think the next step will get pushed for retail, and I do not support delivery of retail marijuana. I can understand the need for some people who might not be able to get out and about, and that's why they're, using medical marijuana. And so delivery may be the only way they can actually get the products that help them, say, post-chemotherapy, nausea type thing, and you don't want to have to be pushing them outside their homes. But I would be concerned again about this opening the door to delivery of all marijuana products. So I'll see where the board goes. Steve?
Well, I have a question about the United Patients of America at the 2405 Highway 82. I guess that must be on their,
It's at Holland Hills
By
across from
Holland
the Marijuana
Hills.
Grow.
so they are a medical marijuana, they have a medical marijuana license, and yet they want to deliver retail products. And I don't know if that means paraphernalia that would enable somebody to use the medical, or it seems like.
Ann has an answer for that.
I can jump in, Steve, just a little bit on why that is just a medical marijuana facility and it is not allowed to be a retail marijuana facility. It's a non-conforming building, as you might imagine. It's zoned AR10, which is really a residential zone, but the commercial building there predates that. There was at various times some sort of medical facility in there. I think there was a physical therapist for a bunch of years and whatnot. So when we were looking at the non-conforming status, we recognized that there'd been some form of medical facility in there and therefore allowed for the medical marijuana to be there. AR10, a retail sale of goods, a retail store is a prohibited use. So there is no way to allow that under the existing zoning of the property. And again, the medical only got in there. A medical office wouldn't have necessarily been an allowed use either, except for this sort of legal nonconformity. So again, we're saying there is no opportunity under current zoning to have a retail operation there. So then, I saw Jeanette shaking her head, then they would not have the opportunity to have any, retail facility with retail delivery as well. It could only be medical.
So my thought is I would be okay with delivery of medical marijuana because some people maybe they could be sick in bed. They can't travel to the dispensary to get the product. I would not be in favor of delivery of retail marijuana itself, which it sounds like this says retail, but I think it means the paraphernalia retail things is probably what it means.
This is the statement from the House
I'd
bill.
like to have
This
that
is the
clarified.
specific state language. So our ordinance, because we'd have to pass it by some kind of ordinance, right, John?
You have to pass an ordinance that would amend our medical marijuana regulations. Our medical and retail marijuana regulations are separate simply because it reflects the timeline when both medical and then retail marijuana became decriminalized in Colorado. So this particular request, though, that Jeanette received is for the delivery of medical marijuana or medical marijuana products to an ultimate consumer within Pitkin County. It will not have anything to do with retail marijuana or retail marijuana products.
So our ordinance would specify that, and we could be very careful in the language saying does not allow for further consideration. I would like it to be so the next board down the line doesn't go, oh, well, they let medical, we want retail. I'd like to make it a little more difficult to be able to deliver the retail. And the other question I had, and then the people who are getting the medical marijuana products have to have a medical marijuana license, correct?
Yes.
Not to sell,
Well,
but to buy.
You don't have a license, you have a prescription.
A card, yeah. Okay.
Or a card.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing support. Greg, would you support this coming back in a form of ordinance? And then with specific language as to this does not allow retail marijuana products.
Yeah, I would, as you articulated it, Patty.
Okay. All right. Got it? All right. So now we're going to talk about eating and drinking after we do our medical marijuana.
Thanks, Jeanette.
To satisfy the munchies.
All right. John is leaving us for this next big item here. So this is temporary expansion of seating for restaurants in unincorporated Pitkin County.
Jump in.
Jump in.
Jump on in. Thanks, Patty. Suzanne Wolf for Community Development. And Jeanette Jones is staying on since she was involved with this as well 2 years ago. I think you all would remember 2020, you adopted an emergency ordinance that provided a process and requirements for a restaurant in unincorporated Pitkin County to obtain a temporary allowance to expand seating areas in order to meet the social distancing requirements of the Pitkin County Health Order. There was no sunset clause with that ordinance. It also never defined what temporary meant. So, but it was done as an emergency. We were trying to address the concern that was raised at the time. So we did come back to you last year and talk about it, and I think everybody agreed, let's keep it in effect. I think everyone was still concerned about, the pandemic and where we were. And so in 2020, we approved various seating expansions. In 2021, we re-upped some of those. And really what's I guess the ones that are interested now and kind of where this stands are the Merry-Go-Round Restaurant at Aspen Highlands, the Woody Creek Tavern, and the Bayou Retreat up in the Frying Pan Valley. So again, the ordinance created an administrative process where we would issue an administrative decision out of my office saying, you've showed us your plan, here's how you're going to meet the requirements. We'll give you permission to do this through some specified time period. For the merry-go-round in 2021, it was for the 2021-22 winter season. For the Woody Creek Tavern, it was through 2021, so through the end of last year. Bayou actually extended through September of this year based on the tent they were purchasing and what they were putting into kind of making that happen. They asked to have it extend into this year. So that is still valid at this point. But what this goes hand in hand with is the state legislation regarding liquor licensing, and that's where Jeanette can help us out. But there was essentially a temporary, legislation in the state that allowed for their liquor licensing, not going through a full liquor license procedure to expand their premises, that allowed for a temporary expansion. I think Jeanette can clarify if that's, if I didn't quite get that right, but that legislation expired on May 31st. There was no action taken to extend it. So all of these entities, if they were serving liquor in those areas where we allowed extended seating, their liquor license would have to be amended to allow them to serve liquor in those areas if we allow for the extended seating to continue. So there's kind of a few things at play there. I think there are representatives online from all three of the SkiCo, Woody Creek Tavern, and Bayou. I had let them all know we were going to have this discussion today so they could join in. But just quickly, SkiCo has asked to keep the tent at the merry-go-round for one more winter season. They're obviously concerned with things continuing to go up and down with numbers, and just wanting to make sure that, with the facility in place, that they could use it again for one more winter. They have submitted that same request to the Forest Service. They have not made a final decision on that. They will do that in July as they kind of look more broadly at various facilities. But they are looking at that for other tents on some of the other ski mountains locally that are just not within Pitkin County's jurisdiction. So up on Snowmass as well. For the Woody Creek Tavern, again, the extension of their seating allowed them to seat people in the area that was always kind of an unorganized waiting area. So they had additional seating there, and they were able to serve liquor in that area. So they do understand that they would have to amend their liquor license to serve in that area. And without the continuance of this emergency ordinance, if you were to say, let's end it now, that they would have to go through an approval process to amend their prior approvals to allow for basically an increased seating capacity. The intent of the emergency ordinance was you have the same capacity you always had, you're just spreading it out. So the question is, if you're going to increase capacity, then we're having a different conversation, and there's a review process associated with that. Bayou put up a tent for a temporary seating expansion. They're definitely interested in keeping that as a permanent facility for all sorts of activities, not just expanded seating for dining, but yoga classes, lectures, whatever that might be. That, again, is going to take an amendment to their prior approvals. It's an expansion of square footage, an expansion of, again, we have to look at, how that fits in with the uses that have occurred in the past on the property. So that would be an amendment, and if liquor was to be served in that area, they would have to amend their liquor license. So again, there's a couple of things that the liquor licensing on the state side we know has expired. So they have to go through the more complete liquor licensing process, which Jeanette could speak to if you want to know what that looks like. And then the temporary ordinance for expanded seating, essentially, we've said you have a couple of options related to that. One would be to direct us to bring back an ordinance to repeal that. Since there was no sunset date or end date for that ordinance, you would have to take an action to end it, whether that be end it now or end it at the end of some set period of time. That would take some action, and then any expansion of restaurant seating would go through whatever land use process would be required to expand seating capacity. The other option would be to allow the ordinance, the emergency ordinance, to remain in effect. The continued use of the expanded seating areas at the merry-go-round and the tavern would have to come back to ComDev for a new administrative approval to allow for those to extend to some point in the future. Again, Bayou would remain in effect until September 30th, but all of them are going to be subject to an amendment to or modification of their liquor license.
And Bayou would have to do a modification to their original approval for expansion of their permanent
if they want to
expansion.
continue that, again, the permanent use for either the tavern or Bayou is definitely going to require something else.
But if Bayou's not serving liquor in the tent, they wouldn't have to deal with anything with the liquor license, right? But
Not the liquor license, but they, again, the use of the structure for more than being able to spread out their seating capacity for their restaurant in the lodge, again, using it for all sorts of other activities was not what was approved under the temporary ordinance.
There'd be an employee generation.
Right, there's just,
mitigation fee.
other factors
big
that we
part of
have to
it.
look at related to the property.
Yeah, well, I don't necessarily have a problem allowing the merry-go-round to extend for the 2022-23 season. We don't know where COVID's going. They have a tent up rather than put it up, take it down, put it up, take it down. Woody Creek Tavern, I think they need to come in and look at their employee generation for their expanded indoor seating too. I mean, they've expanded their restaurant seating. They haven't been using it, but I know that they've remodeled the space next door. And I know that they would everybody would have to amend their liquor license boundaries to be able to serve within the broader boundary rather than the boundary, because the boundaries on liquor license are pretty clearly marked. And so when you expand those, you have to come back in and get an amendment to your liquor license or a new approval if you're on an annual basis whenever the liquor license expires. So I don't have a problem with that, and I don't have a problem with Bayou coming in September and determining whether or not they want to keep that tent permanently. Then they do need to go through a land use process. And they need to figure out the alcohol use up there, because I've heard all different tales of the alcohol. You should bring your own. No, we serve it, but you had to be over here to have it served. And I think we need to really fine tune that if we're going to allow an expansion. Board have any input, questions, comments?
So Patty, does that mean you're advocating not sunsetting it at the present?
Right. I think that Bayou will have to come back in September if they want to keep their tent permanently, correct?
They would have to do it to keep it permanently. I
Yeah.
think the question is, sort of the temporary nature for just under the emergency ordinance. I mean, somewhere in there is the question about how
But the emergency
long that
ordinance
lasts.
says emergency temporary ordinance, doesn't it? Is the word temporary in that ordinance?
I have it in front of me. Let
It's
me
not
look.
emergency.
Because we were
It
trying to
is
get
an
the up and
emergency
running
ordinance
quickly 'cause of COVID.
authorizing temporary expansion of seating for restaurants. And again, the language is specific to, a response to the pandemic.
Yeah, so would we have to change that, amend that ordinance, Mr. Ely, and take out the word temporary if we were gonna, I don't know how to address that.
It's not something the board needs to address. It's simply an undefined term. So it was anticipated that the expansion would be of some limited duration, but that limited duration was not determined to be a year or 5 years or whatever. So without any further action of the board to rescind or modify the ordinance that allowed for the expansion will simply continue.
Okay. Is there any way to tie the expansion to the time frame of their liquor license? So if they have to come in and renew their liquor license in a year, we can then reevaluate their temporary use of a tent?
Well, it's up to the individual business operator, either merry-go-round or Bayou or the tavern, et cetera. They have to comply with the county's regulations, and they have to comply with the state's liquor license, and the liquor license is issued through the county. So, it's incumbent upon them to either stop selling liquor in the expanded seating area or come in with a modification of premises application for Jeanette to process that allows for, an expanded area of liquor service to be, coterminous with the expanded seating area.
Okay. That's what I was looking for, some way to tie the temporary structure to the temporary expansion of the liquor license. A liquor license is annual? Yeah, okay, thanks, Jeanette.
The license itself, yeah.
Okay, Greg?
Well, it just seems like I don't know what the situation is with Bayou, but I know they're probably looking at a summer ahead and trying to understand what they're going to be doing. Tavern, of course, I'll disclose that they've called me. They probably called a few of the other members as well. And I know they've sent letters to us regarding this issue because they were hoping to be ahead of this before summer, and that hasn't happened. So I know they were anxious about trying to figure out how to deal with this before the summer season. My inclination right now would be we don't really have to take an action today, I don't think, unless I don't understand this properly. We could just let it not sunset, and then they could begin their liquor license application to expand it within that range. My feeling is that as much as we're comfortable with COVID, we're not totally out of the woods yet. It has been doubling again every week or so in the last few weeks. And so we don't quite know what the summer and the fall and the winter hold regarding COVID. So I would try to err on the side of making it easier for everyone and also making it easier for our staff, of course, so that we're not just increasing a burden of work to them. But I'm not quite sure how to address that. Was there anything else I wanted to mention on that? We haven't heard from the neighbors. The Woody Creek Caucus apparently hasn't weighed in, or maybe they have, on what their concerns would be, if any, regarding this expansion looking more permanent, say in Woody Creek or the neighbors in Bayou. I don't know. Nobody has called me, so I'm still trying to understand just what's going on there.
And Greg, and I think Greg's point, the temporary versus permanent, I think if somebody comes in, like Bayou comes in September, wants permanent, that's a different land use approval. But I don't want Woody Creek to say, well, we're just temporary, so we don't have to do employee mitigation, but we're expanding it on a temporary forever basis. So I'm not sure how we clarify that.
Well, again, we would have to go through our administrative process. And again, similar to last year, I guess I would want some direction from you. We would refer it out to the caucus at that point, and I think last year that brought us in front of you all to discuss it, because obviously the caucus was concerned.
And so were the neighbors in the trailer
Right.
park.
We did require them to be restricted to that seating capacity that is specified for outdoor and indoor seating. So again, it's just spreading it out in theory and not creating additional capacity.
Or additional employees.
But it will, now that we don't have the 6 foot separation, they can put as many tables in there.
No,
Well,
it has a seating
the
limit.
administrative decision I would issue under this emergency ordinance would have to be in alignment with their existing approval, which has a limited number of
Unless they
seats.
wanted to amend that and increase
Right,
the
and they would
capacity.
like to amend that, and again, like Greg,
Oh, I see.
mentioned, they've been in touch with us, they'd like to pre-app with us and get through our process, but as you know, there are a lot of other people who are trying to do that same thing. So, I mean, they're caught with everybody else trying to work their way through a ComDev process. So that's why, they're not out in front of this. But the liquor licensing is another piece.
Yeah, well, I would like
that-
to allow them to expand the parameters, all 3 of them, if need be, for amending their liquor license to these new areas. And I would like to allow Bayonne to come in September and determine whether or not they want to keep the structure permanently, then they have to go through the land use process. And as far as the temporary, because they'd have to amend their approval, right?
They have to come get a new
Yeah.
approval for
Yeah.
for the Woody Creek Tavern and merry-go-round. Again, for merry-go-round, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
It would be for next winter, the
Yeah.
winter season. I guess then, a question of, for the tavern, what, restriction. Again, last year, we issued it through the end of the year, assuming that would get them through the summer, fall season. And then we see what happened this year, which is why we're here now.
So whatever process you feel it deemed necessary for Bayonne and Woody Creek, I think is okay with me. And the winter season expansion of merry-go-round is okay with me.
And I guess the piece, right, I don't know, and maybe Jeanette could speak to, like, how long it takes to bring in sort of a liquor license, a change to that liquor license. I don't know.
Has to come
You know,
back
what
to
kind of
us, right,
process that
Jeanette?
is.
The liquor license expansion?
Yes, it does, and I believe it's a public hearing before you all. I was just looking at the calendar here, and for noticing purposes, we can't get it on the 22nd. I don't have any applications, but if
Well,
one does come in, it looks like the soonest we could get it to the commissioners would be the 13th.
Yeah,
of
and the
July.
22nd, we're capping that agenda.
Could you
Is
tell
what-
us what she
yeah.
said? I didn't hear it at all.
She said she wanted to try and get it on, but come before the board as soon as possible. But our agenda for the 22nd is too soon for noticing. So she's gonna put it on July 13th if it's possible. So we're trying to move it forward as quickly as we can.
And I was just wondering if you all would maybe, if we can find work session time, if I can get the applications in, if you'd be willing to maybe do it in your work session, if we have time on the 28th, we can get it noticed for that. That would bump it up a couple of weeks.
The 28th, we don't have a meeting. 28th is primary election day. Our meeting is on the 29th, Wednesday. And
It's on Wednesday. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And I don't know what that agenda looks like right off the top. But
Yeah.
if we can work in a special meeting for a liquor license approval, it doesn't take us that long. If we have agenda time, I think the board would be willing to go into a special meeting at a work session if you can do the noticing by then. If not, it's gonna have to be the 13th, or we'll look at the agendas, Jeanette.
And then from there, it goes to the state, and they're saying 8 to 10 weeks. So hopefully, we can push it up to the commissioners and
Okay.
then get it to the state. I'll do everything I can to expedite it, but that's dependent upon applications.
Yeah, well, there's only so much we can do with expediting things these days. Steve?
Yeah, so I'm not convinced that we're not going to go back into restrictions on pandemic again. We could have a really bad spike come back. So I'd hate to have, for instance, the merry-go-round facility removed and then have the ski company have to come back in. I'm totally in favor of leaving the spaces there, but then that requires that they each come back in for whatever permits or liquor
Merry-go-round
license.
structure wouldn't have to if we just amended it to include the 22-23 winter season, correct?
They can do that with me. I think they also would have to do the liquor license
Yeah, and then that would have to
expansion
go
with-
through Jeanette,
with
so.
Jeanette.
Yeah, then one question that I'm a little bit unclear on, the approval was for the spaced seating, so the same number, but they're just spreading it out over a larger area.
At Woody Creek? Or
At any
merry-go-round?
of them. Now, in this case, is this going to be allowing them to have expanded seating with more customers there? Or are they still restricted to the same number of customers just spread out?
Again, the number for the Woody Creek Tavern is specified in, approvals. So that would be the number that would follow through in that administrative decision. So again, it is not intended to expand their capacity.
If they wanted to expand it with this extra space, they'd have to come through and
Right.
amend their original approval.
And that, again, I know they are, intending to proceed
And
with
that's
that.
where the employee mitigation.
Yeah, and I'm
Concern
okay
for
if any of them want to come back with a new application
Right.
and expand their number of customers, we could take a look at that and, okay.
Yeah, Greg, you okay? Hi, Greg, are you okay, Greg?
I think the dog bit him or something.
I know, he's probably got that puppy on his lap and the cat's clawing at the other side. So Suzanne, do you have clear direction?
So I think for now, right, you've just said the ordinance will remain in effect. And I guess we'll talk again at some point if at some point you want to actually sunset it.
Okay.
So,
Well, let me know if you need more help with clarification, so. And Jeanette, you've got what you need as far as just telling them they need to come back in with their liquor licenses and do a boundary, whatever, adjustment. Okay, and if you need time, we'll work on the agendas, Jeanette. Okay, no problem.
Thanks, Jeanette, Suzanne.
All right. We now are at 2:26, and we have, on our, don't we have Michael Miracle coming in here? Oh, he's not until 4 o'clock.
Oh, I thought he was next.
No, he's not till,
We put in executive session.
yeah, we put executive session, but I don't know if Mr. Ely, I don't want to wait 15 minutes if we don't have to, so. Should we get Ely back on?
I'd rather go right into exec session. We don't need
Yeah.
a break.
Okay. Oh, John,
I was looking at the agenda, the way it was generated. It has the start of the exec session, well, all the items at a particular time. I'd rather not vote to go into an exec prior to the time that it's stated, just because somebody could be,
Okay.
tuning in to watch
Watching
that
us.
particular. Is
Okay.
there? I'm
No,
trying
we-
to find the.
we can do future agendas and open discussion, John, in the next 15. So we've got things we can fill in. John Peacock.
Okay.
Yeah, just give me a sec.
Are you, okay.
Did you want to go to future agendas, Patty?
Yeah. Does anybody have any issues with future agendas? Anything anybody would like to have added, or would like some time, or has a concern, or?
I have a couple items I might just get on the board's radar screen, if that's okay,
Yeah, go
Patty.
ahead.
So we, I think this date is wrong now. Yeah, these dates are wrong. We are looking at doing in August a joint meeting with City of Aspen in August for the purpose of doing APSHA interviews. We have some joint board seats that are coming up. And in the past, we've tried to do those interviews together so we don't have the applicants come into multiple meetings. I believe that's going to be, it's saying July 19th, but I believe it's August 16th actually. So we'll be getting that. And then we're going to look at trying to get a joint meeting for both of you to discuss any issues that you want, Patty. So we'll probably want to get together with Tori in September ahead of budget so that we don't try and do a joint meeting.
So the meeting
when
on the
we're-
16th will be just for APCHA, and then we'll schedule
Correct.
some other time, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we're still trying to get the Emma site visit. I know Julia was contacting you all. I don't know if we've come up with any dates yet that
We had
that
a date,
work.
but Francie's gonna be gone. We had two
Yeah.
choices. Francie will be out of town.
Yeah,
So
we have
we're-
13th and 15th, and I think Francie, you're not you're not available. Patty, you had suggested Friday, June 17th. Is that one that you're not available for, Francie?
That's when, Francie, you're gonna be in Washington the 17th.
I'm
right?
going to be in
Okay.
Washington the 13th, 14th, and 15th with RAFTA. The 17th, I was going to go camping with my family, but if we did it in the morning, I could still get up to Flaming Gorge.
Suzanne, do you think that might be a possibility, or do you know?
I think, I mean, I would say go for it.
Go
and
for it,
then
okay.
I think last time we had checked in with the applicant, it was just, the 6th and the 7th were the 2 days that
That's
did
what
not
I
work.
thought.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
We're
I think
looking at
otherwise.
Friday, the 17th.
The morning of the 17th, yep.
Steve, can you do that?
I have something the morning of the 17th that's not on my calendar, but I know I have it because,
You're going to the senior meeting.
well, I'm going to be in Colorado Springs and then I'll be coming back, but then there is something that I can't recall, but it was the
We have to make sure
morning.
Steve and Francie are the two that want to go on the site visit, so. If you could let Suzanne know, Steve, as soon as possible, because we need to get this done, because I think we're already bumping their application
Coming
out,
back
aren't we?
on June 22nd.
Well, it's scheduled on the
yeah.
22nd, so we were trying to fit it in before
Yeah.
that meeting.
Well, honestly, in terms of that piece of property, it's not very big. You can stand on the road and see the whole property.
That's exactly what I said.
So we don't really need to have an official visit, I don't think, Steve. If we just take the time on our own to drive down, whatever that road is called, the Emma Road, and just stop there and look at it, it might be enough. I mean, how closely do we have to look at a chicken coop?
Depends on if you want to see if there's any eggs, but I don't think there's
If
any
it's
chickens.
worthy of historical registry.
Well, it's more than just, it's the house also. I think having Suzanne Reed, is she going to be on the site visit?
The intention, if you schedule a site visit, would be that, that Sarah Adams would be there, Leslie,
To explain
Leslie,
like the
Susanna,
historical
right.
significance to us while we can look at
Yeah,
the buildings,
Who
I
was their
think.
planner? Other
Sarah
than-
Adams.
It's
But
not,
she, okay, she was their overall planner and historic, 'cause she used to be
Yeah.
historic with the city, okay.
Right.
Well,
She
what
was-
about the 16th?
well, the 16th is when I'm in
Steve's in
Colorado
Colorado
Springs.
Springs.
20th?
Well, what about the,
The 15th and 13th work fine
Morning
for
of the
me.
22nd.
what about the 20th? Monday, the 20th, in the morning.
Monday, the 20th, that is a holiday. That's Juneteenth.
Well, okay.
Are we open on Juneteenth,
And
John?
does the
No,
county,
we are not
So we're closed,
on the 20th.
so staff will not be working that day.
That's right.
Wow.
Thank you for that. reminder.
Really?
And Wednesday, June 22nd, that's the date they're coming before us. So,
Well,
you guys, because I'm just going along to chaperone the two of you, keep you out of trouble.
well, I can't cancel my trip to Washington.
No,
Because
no.
they've already paid for it, RAFTA.
No.
What about Friday, this week?
That's this week. I am not available this week, but do I trust the two of you? I don't know if we can pull that off so quickly, but we could try.
We could try.
Steve, what about this Friday?
I could go this Friday.
Greg, are you going to go on this site visit or not?
Well, so far the dates have been pretty tough. It seems like I'm not available when everyone else is, and I am when they're not. And so this Friday might actually work for me. If the 7th, no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the 17th. This Friday might work if it was in the afternoon.
And we have to notice it like today.
I think it's just 24-hour.
But we need to let staff know.
Right.
I can do any time this Friday according to my calendar. My calendar's right.
Okay, we're looking at this Friday afternoon. I will not be there, so you guys have to be on your best behavior.
What time in the afternoon, Greg?
Let's see, probably anytime after noon or 1.
Are you gonna have
Unless
all
you have
the,
lunch.
are you gonna have the dogs?
God, me? I don't think so.
Okay,
Didn't occur to me. Thanks for asking.
all right. I will not be able to go.
So 1 o'clock Friday. Okay, I will be back in touch.
Thank you.
I'll let Charlotte or Julia,
Yeah, we'll check
whoever-
in with all
Yeah.
the people on our end, and
okay.
and then we'll coordinate.
All
with
right, and
Charlotte.
just keep me in the loop so I know.
Okay.
All right. So, we still have time. Anything else?
That's
Yeah,
all I
just that Tuesday, I won't be at the work session either, obviously.
All right. All right. Any other issues for agendas?
I don't think so. I am gonna be here on the 22nd. I'm not going to.
No, we want to keep you here.
I'm not going to the wolf thing till the next day.
I decided Kevin Costner's there and you're dancing with the wolves. That's where you go. So, I do have one open discussion I want to bring up. Greg, I gave you the information. It's a Western States Mountain Climate event. It's over in Breckenridge in September. I would like to ask the board, we can do a sponsorship at $3,000.
What are you talking about again?
It's a Western States Mountain Climate Symposium or conference in Breckenridge. It affects
And we
all.
received emails today about this too, or at least I did. I received an email with that same info.
Yeah.
Today?
So we might out.
I am planning to attend. It's sometime in September. I'm hoping to attend. It's only $3,000. I think it's probably, my personal opinion is it's extremely related to mountain communities. It's not an international like the one we paid $25,000 for. So, and I think we get 3 member passes or something to go with it. I gave the information to John Peacock and to Greg, so I don't have it in front of me. And John, you said we could look for funding out of your.
We're talking $3,000, yeah. If the board directs it, we could either do it out of board discretionary funding, which you have $10,000 in, or strategic initiatives.
I think it's appropriate for strategic initiative because it's one of our strategic initiatives.
I'd love to go. When is it again?
Greg's got
September
the.
20th.
Oh,
I just emailed you all, Steve and Francie.
Oh, thank you.
It's
You just
September
did?
20th and 22nd.
'Cause
It's
I
called
don't,
MT 2030.
I definitely didn't get.
Which is Mountain Towns 2030.
There it is.
And
Okay.
the 3,000 is the total amount for us to be a minor sponsor of the event.
Is the board supportive of that?
Yeah.
Okay, so John, I think you have the info.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We still have a little time. Does somebody have an easy, open discussion that we can pull off before 2:45?
I could, if I could, Patty. As an experiment, I just rode my bike to the meeting yesterday, and I tend to ride it more, my new e-bike. And I rode through Shale Bluffs just to check it out, and I made a little video, which I'll share with you all, of just the amount of detritus along the road and the highway in Shale Bluffs. There is construction materials, there's firewood that's fallen off firewood trucks, there's broken car parts. I saw a pair of scissors, which I could easily have run over, and it was all just beneath the Dalwhinnie marijuana sign that says, takes credit for clean highways. And it's clear that CDOT has not cleaned up that section of road. I'm going to guess in 6 months or more. And I really think we need to put their feet to clean up on that. And I've actually ran into a CDOT guy the other day and had a chat with him about it. And he was going to put me in touch with their project manager, who's also managing the roundabout. I'm sure he's busy. But just wanted to say, I think, the shoulders along Highway 82 are still pretty bad looking, and there's a lot of, accumulated debris there, broken glass, all that. If you pulled over in your car, there's a good chance you could get a flat tire just by pulling off the shoulder, if you had to in there. So that was my concern. I'm just hoping we can get CDOT to be responsive and clean up the road, or let's get rid of those signs, because clearly money's not going to cleaning up our highways. Thanks. That's my comment for open discussion.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Greg, I heard that Dalwhinnie was no longer paying into that, so I don't know why their signs are still up, but I think the best contact is Brian Pettit. John, what do you think? Because Brian has been in touch. He's the one who get stuff done for us out there when it comes to cleanups. Okay.
I was gonna just say something about the conference that Steve and I went to. And that is that Hickenlooper, Polis was on the schedule, but then it said invited, but then in the end, it was John Hickenlooper who came. And he definitely talks like a politician. But he was asked some questions about housing by Kathy Chandler Henry. And he said there's help that they're working on getting help with mortgages, vouchers, or tax credits for the workforce. It wasn't a very thorough answer. And he talked about public transportation in response to a climate change question. There's a little bit about water and EV charging stations, but it was just a general, I don't know.
Which meeting?
This was Hickenlooper.
What meeting were you at, though?
This was at the CCI conference. And then Polis walked in unexpectedly, and Felix seemed kind of annoyed, I thought, didn't you? He welcomed him, but he used the word surprise visit several times, Felix did, in talking to him. And so Polis got up, and he had 3 things he talked about, and not one of them was climate change or the environment. It was workforce, housing, and childcare. And it was fine, but I just thought Felix Lopez was like, what the hell are you doing here? You said you weren't coming, or something like that. And then I went to the Water Pact workshop, which was supposed to be a presentation of the Colorado Water Plan, which is going to be released this month, the new one. It hasn't been done since 2015. I went to the 2015 one and didn't show any updates yet. And the guy was introduced as the person who was we were going to be the first people to see the water plan, but he didn't present the water plan at all. He talked about the Water Conservation District, and he talked about how they've put in $500 million in projects, and there's been 1,800 water projects, but they don't actually do the projects. They provide the funding for the projects. And he said the water plan will show 50 things we can do in the next 10 years, but he didn't tell us any of those things. And then Kathy Chandler Henry talked again, and she had some interesting facts beyond what the water plan guy was going to say. For instance, 80% of our water's on the western slope, but 90% of the people are on the Front Range. Ag uses 80% of the water in Colorado, and actually I think the guy did talk a little bit about some of the plans that have been in place to, rather than buying the water and drying up ag land, they're now converting the ag properties to more efficient water rather than just selling them to municipalities. He spoke about that a little bit. Oh, I know what Kathy was when she was talking about the Nature Conservancy. That the lady from the Nature Conservancy was talking about actually hardcore projects, but it was still the Colorado River gives water for 40 million people between here and Mexico, and that was about it for that whole water thing. It was really, I thought,
I'm so sorry I missed that CCI conference.
Yeah, I can tell. It was really inspirational. Did you go to anything inspirational?
John, who spoke with Hickenlooper? And he had no clue about our airport. He acted like he had not heard anything.
I think maybe we've been working with his staff, and so it sounds like he's still getting briefed up on it. Yeah.
So I mentioned the airport to him, and his reply was, he tried to fly into our airport, and the airport was closed because of the high wind.
That's what he said.
And, bad weather. So then I don't know where he flew into, but he had events here in the Roaring Fork Valley before going over to CCI. And he was kind of upset that he didn't get to fly into Aspen.
He's been over here a lot, but he just can't seem to make it to our airport like Senator Bennett did. So
he did the one good thing, he said some nice things, but the really nice thing he said was about Bennett. And, you know, he said it's really funny when when the person who's mentoring you is 12 years younger than you are. But he did say that Bennett is really respected by the other senators. He spoke highly of Bennett, and so that was really nice.
I like to hear
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Well, I speak highly of Senator Bennett, and
Yeah, me too.
I will speak highly of Senator Hickenlooper when he comes to our airport, and I can say hello.
Well, I would say he's still,
I think we need to work on that.
he's still becoming a senator, but, you know, his governor experience is significant, so.
So, at CCI, most of the presentations were ho-hum. To me, the networking and meeting other people out on the hall is really the high point of these
Steve,
these
you're such a
conferences.
social butterfly.
Yes, he is.
But, and if you'd seen me in junior high school, I was the shyest person in the world.
You've come out of your cocoon.
I'm just the opposite. I flipped. Now I'm shy. I didn't used to be.
But I went to the transportation meeting when
Yeah.
you went to the water meeting.
Right.
And there was an interesting concept presented. It was from Brian Pelton from Logan County Commissioner, who grew up in Basalt, went to Basalt School, but he felt that they have no need for multimodal kind of transportation things in
Rural.
Sterling, Colorado. They really could use more money for just road projects, like blacktop for road projects. And he presented the idea of trading. Could Logan County trade away their multimodal money to
take the
somebody
repair
else
money?
for construction
Or
money
road and
for
bridge, yeah.
road and bridge kind of projects?
That's interesting.
And then I said, well, that's kind of similar to buying TANF dollars.
And trade them out, except
And
that
he had actually thought of that too. I think that's what gave him
Gave
the
him the idea.
idea.
So, but multimodal in Logan County probably means you either ride a horse, or you ride a cow, or
Or you drive your truck.
or you drive your truck.
Or your SUV.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that they need bike paths. They could put it into, senior citizen bus transit kind of a thing or something like that. They could put it into something like that.
Sounds like they need it for
But
roads.
the smaller rural communities in general don't have the need or the opportunities for multimodal kind of things like you would in a big city.
Yeah, the problem is I think everybody needs maintenance money from CDOT, so.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
anyhow, that was an
That's interesting.
Okay, wait,
concept.
you guys, we are at 2:47 and we have, our executive session. How are we gonna do this?
20 to 22.
Are
We
we
have a
gonna-
link.
Are we gonna leave the room?
I think we would leave the room and go upstairs.
Okay, so John, it's gonna take us a few. So I need a motion to go for a special meeting, executive session, employee housing impact fee appeal and Ride the Rockies special event permit pursuant to CRS 3024-64024B, advice of attorney.
So moved.
So moved or seconded. Is
Okay.
there a link?
John,
got a
you
link from
sent us a
John.
link, didn't you?
Yeah, it's from John,
Yeah.
but we won't need one,
I've
right?
got it.
We'll be.
All right.
Patty,
Yes, John?
move to go into an exec?
Francie.
I need to call the question. Can I call it? It was Francie and Greg at 2:48. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Grassroots, we will be back probably 4 o'clock-ish, if not, probably sooner, maybe.
Do I need my computer for anything?
All right.
I think John's gonna
Welcome back again. Today is still Tuesday, June the 7th, 2022. This is the Board of County Commissioners. This is our work session, and we have an interview with someone we don't know at all. We never see this young man. Michael Miracle is applying for the Citizen Grant Review Committee, and we would so like to welcome you, Mr. Miracle. It's so nice to see you. And so how we work our interviews is we give you a minute to say why you would like to be on the Citizens Grant Review Committee. Then the board will ask you a few questions. We have about 15 minutes or so. And then we will probably be doing formal appointments. We have some tomorrow, but this one will probably go on. We've got some more interviews, not for this committee or this board, but for some others. So Michael, why would you like to be on the Citizen Grant Review Committee?
Well, I think it's, I have been invited to apply from some folks at the county. So that was a very flattering initial motivation, and I happily said yes because I think it really aligns very well with a lot of the work that I already do. So for anyone who might be listening who doesn't know, I'm the Director of Community Engagement at Aspen Skiing Company and sit in the Sustainability Department. And a lot of work that we do is just trying to help the community find the best version of itself to thrive and overcome challenges that come with being a part of this special place. So we have two in-house nonprofits, the Environment Foundation and the Caring for Community Fund. I don't sit on or oversee either of those, but those are run out of the department that I sit in. So I have some insight into kind of, what the community, the organizations that are asking for help. I sit on the Pitkin County Mental Health Steering Committee and also the Housing Stability Committee. So it just feels like a really nice addition to the mix of things that I already do that I hope I'd be able to bring some thinking and some experience and also maybe some dot connection between things that perhaps are dots that maybe aren't being connected. Anyway, it's and I would just love to help organizations be successful, and I think a good grant review process can help do that.
Okay, great. So, do we have questions for Mr. Miracle? Well, I'll call you Michael.
I have a comment.
Yeah, please.
Hi, Michael. Francie.
Hey, Francie.
I just wanted to say I wasn't aware of the extent of your journalism background, so it was really fun to read that. And, I can't imagine that we could find anybody better to sit on the Citizen Grant Review Committee. So I'm really thrilled that you're applying to it. I was really happy to see that, and thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you. I'm excited, so I hope it works out.
Okay, Greg, please.
Hi, Michael. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Sorry, we're both remote, but that's how it is today.
Yeah.
I guess the only question your credentials are amazing. You're connected to the community in such a great way. I see all the positives. The question I would have is, how are we going to work with any conflicts of interest that may arise? And are you prepared to recuse yourself, or would you have to, if Response, for instance, were to make an appeal or something else? I'm just trying to anticipate when you may have to take yourself out of the picture.
Yeah, I will defer to the expertise of the folks at the county, and would certainly defer to their guidance of, hey, you should at least be considering it here. Greg asks about Response because my wife works at Response, and I think that would be an obvious case where I would want to recuse because I think they're a largely a grant and donation funded organization. So $200 at $10,000 might qualify as salary for her. So I think that would certainly justify a recusal. And I'd not go far as to take the J.E. DeVilbiss approach of like I walked past that building once and I like it and I'm going to recuse, but I'll, you know, I will promise you I'd do what's right. Yeah, I'd want to stay in as much as I could because that's why I want to be involved. But you know, I'm happy to step out whenever. If anyone told me I should, I would.
And I just want to say that it's in the bylaws as well, Greg.
Right. Yeah, I figured you would probably have an eye on that, and it's not the first time it would have happened.
Oh, no, it happens a lot. It's a small town and people are civic-minded and are involved, so.
Got it.
Okay, great.
Great.
Thanks, Greg. Steve?
Hi, Michael. This is Steve.
Hey, Steve.
I had also a question. I don't think it would be a conflict of interest, but there probably will be some situations where you'll be reviewing grants from organizations that potentially the ski company grants are also going to the same organization. That could happen. I don't see that would be a conflict to you. You might actually have more insight, even though you said you're not directly involved in the ski company grant committees. But could you tell a little bit more about those committees, how they operate, and who in your department is involved in that? And do you see those grant applications at all just because you're working in the same office?
Sure. So I actually had to ask to get some information just to prepare myself for this call. So that is how sort of on the day-to-day disconnected I am. So I have up on my screen lists of last grant cycles, caring for community grant recipients and applicants, as well as the Environment Foundations. I've got the bylaws for both organizations up. And I talked to Hannah Berman, who is, along with Auden Schendler, makes up the 3-person sustainability department here. Just got a sense from her, what do you think about this? Is this a good thing? And she liked the idea of me being a part of the county's committee. She said that, it could be good that someone might apply for a county grant and maybe for whatever reason is not appropriate, but I could say to them, hey, but you're actually a perfect fit for the Environment Foundation, or we can't give you as much money as you need, but you should go for the Environment Foundation. So this is like kind of the dot connecting piece that I could hopefully bring, which is just to make sure people know that there are, multiple avenues to get their needs filled. And then maybe even, I know that, we are listening to grant applications, but to whatever degree there's a conversation that emerges in the process, just offering help, guidance, connecting people to other organizations that might be doing similar work. This is something that I find comes up all the time in my role, which is that I am part of 2 conversations that really feel like they should be linking up, but just aren't because they're unaware that the other is happening. So my overarching desire with all of this is just to help make the community better, more functional, people's lives more stable and successful. So I would hope that would be the sort of some of the synergy that I would find, and that it wouldn't necessarily create any sorts of problems. And then to your question of how the 2 boards function, so these are employee-run, funded, and sort of mission-driven nonprofits within Aspen Skiing Company. So every employee dollar is double matched by the company. The Environment Foundation has given away $4 million in 23 years, and the Caring for Community Fund, which was founded, maybe 7 years ago, 6-7 years ago, because we were getting so many non-environmental realm requests. We realized we need to start to come up with some money for childcare, mental health. And so we created the Caring for Community Fund. And they go through a grant cycle, which I suspect is not too dissimilar from what the county does. Each member of those employee-run boards is responsible with writing kind of a brief on the grant request, and then they present. So each employee might have the responsibility to present 2 to 3 briefs on the nonprofit request. they are debated among the group, and then the, it's a democracy. There's a, there's a sort of a thumbs up, thumbs down, and then a dollar amount is decided on, and then we cut a bunch of checks.
Okay, thank you. And I like your use of the word synergy, because it seems like that's the position that you really could help out the Picken County Citizen Grant Review Committee with that synergy between what the ski company does and what the county does.
So Michael, so that this committee is kind of compressed into late summer, I believe, when the applications are all given to you and your homework begins. So how old is your son now?
He is he's 7. His last day of 2nd grade is today.
Well, congratulations, because let him know you will be doing homework together when school starts again in the fall. And I want you to know that I think your passion and your energy is contagious. And I think that you'll be great sitting on this board. It's a great board. And I guess the student representatives we have on there, the youth representatives, are awesome. They really do their homework, 2 of them, and they will call you on it if need be. So we're excited about that. Yeah, it's one of those, it's not just a matter of doing good and feeling good, it's just good. And I think you'd be a good fit, Michael, and I'm really glad that I saw your name come up here to be interviewed. So thank you. All right, Michael, anything else? You have questions for us?
No. I mean, I know you all, and I know the work the county does, and I know Lisa, and so I'm happy and excited to be a part of it and help and learn, and I look forward to all that.
Well, I was very surprised the first time I saw the list of applicants and how long it was.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
It's really, I don't know, you may have seen it, but it is really long, Michael, so be prepared. There are a lot of nonprofits in the valley that apply.
It's pretty fun. Yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
And I think
I mean, this to me, I didn't mention this, but to me, there's an education side of this for me that I also really look forward to. And in fact, I should have started with that, because that really was a big motivation too, that I want to make sure that I'm touching a lot in my role and learning a lot. And sometimes the job can just naturally narrow based on, the issues at hand. And COVID has caused that to maybe happen more than I would have liked. So I'm really looking to touch a lot of the community and learn a lot about the community as part of this. So thank you, Francie, for mentioning that, because that's a big positive for me, actually, having to make my way through that list.
Oh, that's great.
Great. And Michael, I think my son, I don't know if he's still sitting on the ski company environmental board. I know he was, because he was running some of his application reviews through me. I was pretty impressed that he was doing that. I think that's cool. So he's looking it up. He's pulling it up.
Yeah, what's his name again?
Trevor.
Not seeing him on this list.
Yeah, he may have stepped down, because he's got one who's just finishing kindergarten. So
right.
He's got a pretty busy home front. But anyway, thank you. We will let you know as soon as we move things forward. Again, nice to see you as always.
Likewise.
And you take care. And for 2nd grade, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
I remember when he
We'll
was
be
going
celebrating at Paradise Bakery. I will leave here now to go pick him up.
I'm heading over there right now. We're just about
after
done. We'll
school
meet you there.
Okay.
Thanks, Michael.
right.
Appreciate it. Bye, Lisa. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
All right. Mr.
And
Peacock.
Auden's daughter just graduated from CRMS on Saturday.
Oh, really?
That
Wow.
really surprised me, like, oh my God, really? Yeah, Willa.
I gotta get my daughter, my granddaughter in there. We need anything else, Mr. Peacock?
Nope, we covered everything yesterday, so
Okay, I
thank
want
you.
the board to know we just received some more information about the Highlands Bavarian, their driveway issue, and we will get a corrected water quality testing document, because they were up the wrong creek, but I got them back on track. So we were taking care of that. But I think, unless anybody else has anything, Greg, you good? Steve, Francie?
I'm all good.
Yep.
All right.
I'm ready to catch the bus.
Andrew, thank you. Amy, thank you. John, thank you. Okay, we'll see everybody tomorrow noon
Thanks, Patty.
time.
See you all
Thanks.
tomorrow.
Thank you.